Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Hashchurch episode 35. You know what that means? That means we've been at this for 35 weeks. I am absolutely somewhat blown away by the reception that Hashchurch has had, and also by, I guess, the way it's grown somewhat naturally into the focus of opening dialogue, helping folks, and sort of inspiring one another. So those are sort of the three things that I've really been most impressed with Hashchurch. That means? Let's get us shut down here. Here we go. You know, I did pretty good last week. I didn't have that happen. But hey, I guess I just am human and fallible. Damn it anyway. But welcome to Hashchurch anyway. I'm sure we're going to have some people come into the chat here sooner than later. I just sent out the email, and I've just sent out the Facebook links. There's often some problems with the Facebook links, so I usually like to send them out again, just to a few people at a time. I find sometimes when I send the link out initially, I'm not 100% sure that it's actually made it to the outcome of the people. Please confirm you got this, guys. All right, so we got a bunch of people in chat right now watching. Good morning, Blue Dubs and Corey, Mike Alcorta, Hipster Meister, Rastafari, Richard, Simon Scott, Chad Carville. Welcome, all of you. I appreciate that you're here in the chat, spending another Sunday morning with us. Yes, Steve O'Burns, isn't that the truth? Well, you know, I got to feel a little guilty because I would be annoyed if someone else was doing it, so I have to be annoyed by myself as well. It's just kind of the way I am. And I don't do it for my own personal reasons so much as for you guys. I want the chat to be as positive as possible. You know, want it to be positive. So sorry about that, guys. Anyway, I guess we'll start this off this morning with, let me see what I did with it.
Bong rip.
Bong rip.
Starting it off with a bong rip. I'm gonna bong rip some rosin.
Yep. Well, we've got a special Hashchurch today. I have to say, I'm quite excited to, you know, have some new people come in that I've invited in. So definitely welcome everyone that's here today so far. We got Johnny B. We got Nick Bradley just came in. We got Tony. We've got Etienne. We've got D420K. And we've got Jeff. Jeff is in the background on his CO2 machine in his little cabin. Awesome. That's so great, Jeff, honestly. Oh, fuck. Check out Jeff, you guys. Like, that's just somewhat hilarious. Okay, I'm glad someone else found that.
Wow.
Look at all the gear he has.
I know.
Wow.
That's a serious CO2 extractor, bro. I think Jeff's got a good relationship with Eden Labs.
Holy shit.
Oh, man, that's, I love Hashchurch. Thank you guys for coming, of course. And we've already got 300 people checking us out. I like the shirt, Nick. I had a weird dream right before I woke up. I don't remember much of it, but I remember I was walking down the street and I saw this dude with an orange shirt, and he kind of turned a bit, and it said 120 on it, and I was all excited and happy, and kind of like went to be like, dude, that's the shirt, you got the shirt, and he kind of was looking at me like I was crazy, and then I woke up and it was 8:40 and Hashchurch was starting in 20 minutes. Oh,
Beast mode on.
Yeah, 20 minutes is not enough to start. I mean, for all of you that have been present with me when Hashchurch is about to start, you can tell that I stress out a little bit. Welcome back, Johnny. I do stress out a little bit. Etienne's been there. I think he was there when I said, "Shut the fuck up, everyone, please." Which is terrible to say to your friends, telling your friends to shut the fuck up. What kind of rudeness
I've been in many situations where you've tried to get Hashchurch going and you've been frustrated.
Well, it's a weird responsibility that you just want it to work out. You want everyone to make it in with their links. You don't want them to have technical difficulties, and of course the people watching, you want them to have the greatest experience that they can. And I got to thank all of you guys, because you give up a lot of your time every Sunday. You come on here at no real, gaining to your own personal agenda, other than maybe becoming more known, which I don't think is really much of a gain for a personal agenda for what you guys put forward. Just for helping people. I mean, Nick's really stepped up and put himself in a position where he can use his position at Harborside and use his position in the community to access powerful patient stories. I want to thank you, Nick, for bringing Colton and Wendy in last week. That was that's the stuff that it's all about right there. I want to thank D420K for bringing in Gayleen and telling her story, for Samantha to be brave enough to come on and tell her story, and all of the patients that have come on and told their stories. Really, starting with Johnny B. He was pretty much our first patient to explain his story, and of course that one set the tone, and it's just been incredible. Since then, I love the way Church has these sort of levels. We've got our patient stories, which really get us in deep. I think it gets us in past the bullshit. The science part is also on point. We have great science thanks to Mark Scialdone and Tony and HOratio and guys like that. It's wonderful to be able to break it up and discuss different subjects. I love the fact that we have the aspect and we have the personal stories, the medicinal aspects, and then we're all deeply entwined in this scene. So of course we will be able to tell you about the last cup that happened, or the last secret session, or the last whatever it is, because between the 10 people that come into Hashchurch every week, 1 or 2 or 10 of us will have been at that event. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have Todd come in today and a little bit about the secret session yesterday. I believe you were there as well yesterday, Nick?
I was, yeah. I ran into Etienne and Arjan and Franco, and it was a really, really good event. A lot of like-minded people come together, and there's a little contest that goes on. People can come in, they can buy what they call a judge's pass, where there's only really 2 things that they're judging from, but it adds another element to it. It adds another a day of the week where everybody can come together and like we do here, just talk about the healing powers of cannabis, and just enjoy it with each other and spread the smoke around the room.
I'm really impressed by it. When Todd was talking about it last week, I find Todd to be a valuable aspect to the community. He's, someone was mentioning the other day, the guy is so critical, but he's brilliantly critical, and his criticizations are fairly accurate, and they're not to destroy or cut down, but they're to better. They're always coming from that, I just want better. I want everything to be better. Everyone deserves better. And I'm kind of the same way, and so I really kind of connect with Todd on that level. And when he was talking about it a week or 2 ago, I'll tell you, a big part of me wanted to start it in Vancouver. Now listening to you again, Nick, talk about it makes me really want to start a similar thing in Vancouver. We've got the spaces, we've got the people, we've got the community. We just don't have that one person who's doing it. We don't really have that right now, and I'm wondering if maybe that person could potentially be me.
Bubbleman, do it. The secret sessions, I've been going to them for a couple of months now, and the quality of medicine that's available, it's really much a youth movement. So for myself, it's just to be there, see what's going on, try the new products that are out there and available, and listen to what the kids are doing. Because last week we were very happy to have Tony there. This week it was having Arjan and Franco there. So it's really nice to have a rotating crew of experts. Needless to say, the world-class experts coming through, and there's quite a few of us hanging out in the Bay Area, so it's nice to see people grasping those opportunities and taking hold and help building their own really much community. It's so crucial that everybody builds their cannabis community locally, because once we're strong locally, we can get it out nationally, and it'll only get better and better all the way around, so why not take the issue there?
All right, that's
Tony
Creek.
there this week. It was.
You gotta mute that mic when you come in, Creek. You're having a bit of reverberation. But thank you, Etienne. And Etienne, Nick, and Todd, when he gets here, if you can find the guy or the people who are putting it on, I'd love to invite them in and talk about it, because if they're inspiring me to do such a thing, they could inspire others. And I would for sure love to give them the opportunity to, you know, I could easily start my own thing and be something completely different, but if they have the idea that they want to have a Vancouver version, I, of course, would discuss that with them as well, and somehow. I just like everything to be good and connected, and I love this new sort of found position that I'm finding for myself, and my newfound position is, well, I guess it's not very new at all. It's to connect. I'm a connector. I connect people.
And it's a great way to connect in your community and reach out to people. So seriously, it's well worth the aspect, and it only builds community because it's all locals, it's all by locals. So it really helps also push each other, because people can out there and compare each other and actually sit there and say, okay, not only here is my hash, here's the actual test results that go with it, here's various aspects, and we can talk about it. A gentleman who was hanging out there, he said, he's never seen dabbing before. He's never seen these type of sessions where people sit down and get together. And he said the most fascinating thing was to see these kids sit down with these very expensive rigs and these crazy types of hash, and then they sit down and talk business. And that last statement blew his mind, because he couldn't understand how these kids could get high on this crazy hash and then sit there and then discuss the hash, how it was made, the very intricacies of how it was made, and then sit there and sample it and dab it, and then they can actually go and purchase it themselves and go home with it. It's a great place for people to literally step up, try what's out there, see what's happening, and decide if they like it or not. So the community gets to judge. People are self-promoting, but in the end, the product speaks for itself. So it speaks louder than any person has or will, as it usually has. And so, again, it's a great way to bring people together. And no problem, man. We know the people. We'll send them your way.
Awesome. That's what I love to hear. Thank you, Etienne.
I'd like
Hey
to,
guys,
Very good.
I just got a message from George and Brent. The call's full right now. They're trying to jump on so they can share their story. So I'm going to jump off and let them in, and I'll try to jump back on afterwards. So.
Thank you so much, Nick. I've also talked to John and D420K, who have been in church every day since the beginning. I think I'm willing to make up a spot when the next person needs to come in. We've got a large amount of people coming in, so we'll keep a nice steady flow today. We've got Todd Mccormick at one point is going to come in with Arjan and Franco, and so that'll be interesting to hear from those guys. And welcome, George.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going, buddy? What a trippy world we live in, where I saw your picture literally probably 2 weeks ago, if that, and I just saw you sitting on the bed there, and I can't remember if you were holding a sign or what you had. You had your toque on, and I just thought, like, I felt like I'm going to be talking to that guy soon. I really felt like I'm going to be talking to that guy soon. So welcome to Hashchurch. We're really happy to have you. If both of you want to introduce yourself, that would be wonderful.
We're happy to be here. This here is
George Ellery.
and I'm Burnt MD, otherwise known as the founder of Guerrilla Healer, and we're happy to be on the Hashchurch.
Well, welcome, and thanks for all the good work that you do, my friend.
And shout out to Nick Bradley for, of course, inviting us, and
Yeah.
everybody else who was part of it.
Huge props, absolutely. Well, if you guys want to get right into it and give us a little bit of background on your guys' story, you know, maybe either one of you are welcome to start first. That's great, actually. We just got you a little more bright there when you moved your camera down. Very good.
Trying to fix it a little bit.
Love the shirt. Farms, not farms. You know, I love taking the harm out of pharmaceuticals and putting the farm back in.
I like that. I like that.
If we turn that light on, we might have some light overhead.
Okay.
If it's not too hard for you. I'm in a struggle now, but you know, I'm hanging in here. It's getting a little tougher, but January 31st, they basically took me to the door of the hospital and said, "Can't do nothing for you. there's the door. You got days to live. Sorry. And then I met Brent here a couple of weeks later. I haven't taken any meds, none of their hydrocodone or morphine or not even Tylenol. And I'm strictly on taking the oil and some oil to rub, and I'm still here,
It's giving you an improved quality of life, I'm guessing, getting off the pharmaceuticals and getting onto the cannabis.
Yeah, but I'm going through, I'm going through aches and pains still, but I'm trying to rely on solely this because the VA really want your number until they can't help you anymore, and then you're not even a number anymore.
This is a terrible situation that seems to be an ongoing pattern.
Yeah, they don't even recognize you anymore.
So George, last week had a procedure called a paracentesis to relieve some of the water pressure that was building up inside of him, and he had one, the last one in December. So this time they took a lot less fluid out, but it's it's a puncture wound. George explains it feels like they're stabbing him inside of his stomach. Basically, they got to rip it open. So it's aside from obviously George healing from his major ailment, he's now recovering from this procedure, and it's of course not fun. But he's here sitting up, and that's great because about 5-6 days ago he wasn't, and today we brought him a big. Let me get it. Big old, huge jar of super duper medicated bone broth that just came off the pot this morning.
Wow.
And, I mean, there's probably about 14 milliliters of pretty strong oil in there, as well as some really great nutrients and protein, because obviously that's what feeds us. If you have a horse that's eating grass and there's no protein in the grass, you're basically starving your horse. So we're the same. We're body structures of being made by proteins, and good greens help us keep clean, and so diet is a huge part of what Guerrilla Healer works to optimize: diet, healthcare, and lifestyle. And it's oil is one aspect of what we can use to create an unsusceptible environment for cancer to thrive in our bodies, and it's what Guerrilla Healer is working on doing right now is raising funds to create a residential healing retreat so that people like George, who need serious care, can live and be fed these healthy foods and not necessarily have to rely on nurses that only come a couple times a week, or family members that are, of course, have their own lives, and when somebody's high risk, they need a lot of TLC, and I'm only one person, and I have a lot of people that I work towards helping, but I obviously can't overextend myself too much because everybody needs attention. So
Sure.
I'm just happy to be able to spread awareness, because George is not the only one here in this position, and the fact is that I am here with George, and I would love to help him, and so thank you for asking us to come.
I would only point out one relationship that you sort of mentioned in the regards to the oil and the regards of proteins, and how true that is, because we know that breast milk is ripened with cannabinoids as well as essential amino acids, all 8 that the body needs to produce, as well as the 3 for children, so that's 11. But it also, the plant itself produces those proteins. The plant itself is producing those essential oils, those amino acids, and the phytocannabinoids. So the plant is telling us right away how important those two things are by simply having them present in their being. think that's a big connection that a lot of people don't connect, that protein.
It's huge, you know, when a cancer patient, or let's
good.
say a leukemia patient, goes in and their blood counts are really low. There's a couple of things that you can do, and one of them is to shoot up an IV of something called GCSF or GM. I think that's the older one, but it's basically a protein that binds. It raises your counts relatively immediately, and for some reason that's not the protocol. That's the last resort. And of course, we all know the protocols. They are toxic treatments. They are radiation. They are pharmaceuticals that are of the narcotic or opiate or benzo base. And these things are not medication. They are dangerous treatments. And of course, the latter are simply masking agents. And when cannabis oil has the ability to stimulate cell communication, we can therefore address ailment, and it not only causes cancer cells or fat cells to starve, it also helps pain, relieves. If you take enough oil, I came out of surgery removing a fatty lipoma tumor, and I took a ton of oil and I felt great, and I have bottles of Percocets that I don't take. I probably should throw them away, but it's.
And I got a question for you. What kind of oils are you finding? Like for a gentleman like George, I would think that a chemical solvent should be staying about as far away as possible from his immune system. Is that something that you would agree with, or are we still using chemical solvents to make these oils?
Well, George's main form of oil treatment is an alcohol-based, of course, fully purged, and it's homogenized with coconut oil. He's also had straight, and that he prefers it to be a little more viable or usable, I guess you could say. Plus, this may not be the most I guess, ego-boosting of comments, but we started with a heavy suppository regimen, and that, of course, is something you'd want to homogenize with a healthy fat and not necessarily put straight oil in there. I of course want to make sure that we are as safe as possible and healthy as possible, and shout out to my good friend Nika T, who from Essential Extracts, who make sure that we get a lot of donations to keep the CBD level up, and just straight up organic solventless option there, because people with immune deficiencies need cleanliness and quality.
Yeah, I was mentioning it from Wendy Turner, Colton's mom, who was on last week.
I love that.
She had asked a few people if anyone was from Washington, and she started a discussion in Hashchurch, and a gentleman by the name of Orion Was came in, and he mentioned that because she was talking about two different types of oils. She gets the sort of RSO, Rick Simpson's type oil, which doesn't help Colton much and causes him pain, and then the clear golden, more like a HOratio oil, which really works miracles on him. And this Orion guy came in and he said when it's improperly purged alcohol, this gentleman has Crohn's disease, and any alcohol-based products, RSO included, if it has any alcohol left over, it ends up causing this guy a fairly amount, like an incredible amount of lower back pain, and he gets symptoms like the flu. So I have the experience that guys like you and Tony have. I am the Bubbleman, so I do come across often naturally biased against chemical solvents, but I'm trying to be as open as possible. I just have this immediate feeling in my body that it's like alcohol kills living cells on contact, and cannabinoids seem to keep them healthy and able to communicate. It's almost like the thought of eating sugar, like an edible when you have cancer.
I was thinking that on the way here. The spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, yet you're basically going to need more medicine after you do that. I almost posted that. It's so funny you just said that.
Yeah, and so I'm not by any means calling anyone out here. This is really about dialogue, so that we can get, we have to admit that we at this point do not know what's best. We're still
It's
learning.
about logic. What's the next logical progression?
It's people like George right now who need help. And I applaud people like yourself and people like Tony and people like Nick and Etienne and really all of these people in this room, because every single one of you, I know you personally, and you seem all to be on this sort of path of helping. Like, what makes you feel better than helping someone? Like, that's where happiness comes from. It doesn't come from buying a nice new car, and it doesn't come from, you know, having all the most experiences. It really does come from helping people, and you can see the way people light up when they help someone that needs help. I mean, isn't this the human experience that we're having?
Car don't help me. I can't drive anyway, and I want to be alive. You know, that's all.
That's it.
What about this? Did Colton bring up the fact that, did Wendy bring up the fact that even when Colton is old enough to get his license, he's not going to be allowed to drive because he has cannabis in his system, and basically he's a well-functioning boy. In fact, he's growing, and he probably has more fun than most of us, including, you know, right now. I know he's pretty awesome, but you know, there's plenty of people out there who are maintaining on opiates, and of course, you know, I'm not going to make a claim on the people who are doing that as an addiction that started recreationally. I'm talking about the people that are literally prescribed it and function day to day on with severe pain, and that's their relief. And so, you know, a lot of us don't ever have that conversation, because who's going to really want to talk about that? Hey, I'm functioning on opiates, but
Well,
you know, I'm personally not. I only function on, of course, cannabis, and I got some kombucha here, and you know, I'm doing everything that I can to better my life. But not everybody has that has that even initiation of thought. We have to spread that awareness, and it's there's so much miseducation out there, and so many people with a lot of money to make us think other things, and we're all eating high fructose corn syrup. You know.
Oh, I love drinking my Sonic Slurpees until I realized what was in them, and I made more of a commitment to eliminating all these chocolates and sweets and stuff not good for me. And now I don't miss my Sonic, because I take out my NutriBullet and make me some fresh organic vegetable and fruit drinks, and boy, that sure revitalizes me a lot better than now. I'm, you know, my body just kind of cringes at a lot of the foods I see. I can't eat them, and I don't want to, because part of my treatment is staying healthy with the diet, which I'm really struggling at now. But you know, you got to turn that around.
Awesome, dude. Well, we're standing right behind you to give you the support that you need. It's people like you that are a big inspiration, you know, because a lot of other people, they choose when the doctor tells them to go home and get their things in order to do just that, instead of you know, breaking free of that, whatever that model is that allows someone to tell us that.
I got mad.
Yeah, I would get mad too, George. I am mad, in fact. I don't like it at all. I think that it's incredibly disgusting for someone who's taken the Hippocratic Oath to tell someone that there's nothing left for them that they can do for them, particularly in this day and age.
I asked her that too. I said, you met me this morning, and you talked to my doctor at the VA, and you're here telling me this, and how can you do that? She had a hard time answering that question. But I made her sit and tell my brothers the same thing, because I said, I want you to tell them too, you know.
Sure.
Was that at the VA?
Well, I had to go to the hospital emergency here in Brighton, Colorado, at the Platte Valley, and it was a doctor I had never met, but she was communicating with my oncologist at the VA in Denver, and really, the lady at the VA said, well, you know, we had talked real good, and she's the best one that I work with, because she's honest with me, and compassionate, but the rest of them can all go somewhere. But anyway, she said, it was slowed down, and we weren't sure, but I did 2 chemo treatments, and all it did was killing all my blood cells and my white platelets, and so they just said, well, we don't know what else to do, like they're playing stupid or something, but the VA is in a mess here anyway, as you might hear on the news all the time. So this is probably my one and only and greatest hope, what I'm doing now. So there we are. But,
well, I have to say, I'm a combat veteran myself. I've used the VA. I was diagnosed with Gulf War syndrome. I was given only a few years to live, and I had wasted down to about 95 pounds. So the VA I gave up on. It's all about taking care of your health, what everybody is telling you right now. And this is over 20 years ago when I was wasting away. So you can self-heal yourself. Cannabis can be very helpful. Give up on the VA. Go to real doctors. Go with what feels good for you now. Just take care of you more than anything. And very fortunate you've got the actual support network around you. Take care of yourself. Heal yourself. But help other veterans. We always send the elevator back down. We have to always reach out to all those who don't have access whenever we're healthy and we can. So thank you very much for self-healing and taking the chance on yourself. And thank you to your caregiver for actually risking himself and his freedom to help you out and seeing the need. We all have to reach out and find people who are in need, who are bedbound, who have no access to cannabis. So hey, more power to you, brother. Stay strong, stay healthy, stick with your cannabis, and do whatever you can to wake up again tomorrow. More power to you.
Thank you.
Well put, Etienne. Always well put, beautifully said, and it's the truth, really, because not only are you helping yourself, George, because it's people like yourself that are able to get whatever it is, wherever you pull that inspiration from. If it was from anger, wonderful. Whatever brought you to the point where you said enough is enough, I'm going to take care of this in my own hands, get the right kind of help. We're living in a topsy-turvy world right now. Things are all flipped upside down. Innocent people are in jail. People that can be healed are dying. I don't even know how to explain it, but thank God for a group of like-minded individuals who are ready to break free from such a model. I don't need to support that model anymore. And you know what? That model, go figure, how they kept us out of this model for so long is they tricked us into prohibition, and all the right people who should have been, in the beginning, and I myself am guilty, I fell into cannabis for profit. I fell into cannabis, and I used cannabis, and I sold it, and I made money selling it, and that profit margin that I made was a terrible profit margin. It was based on my brothers and my sisters going to prison for 10 and 20 years at a time, and that is not a profit margin that I want to be a part of at all. And so I like creating a new model. I like exactly what your shirt says, farms, not farms.
Well, when you start looking back, I'm looking back on life, and looking back on life, it goes so fast. We don't have a lot of time. And when your friends and family go off to jail or stay on with felony charges, it's kind of makes a short life a lot tougher, and it'd just be so much better if we didn't have all those problems, and we can and make the most out of what we have.
Yeah, so true, George. It makes me think of Wendy and Colton. We're all happy for them, but keep in mind, Colton's not with his friends. He's not with his family. He's a prisoner of Colorado, and a lot of people might be like, "Oh, I want to be a prisoner of Colorado," and that's for sure. I understand that kind of jokingly hilariousness of how awesome Colorado is, but this kid's from Indiana, and that's where he's supposed to be, and that's where his family and his friends are, and his support system. And he's living in Colorado because that's what he has to do to be able to take the medicine that saves his life.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
What if I want to go to New Mexico to visit some family? I can't take my stuff with me. But
That's
legal.
right. You're in the same boat, absolutely. This is...
So I'm a captive here too, of sorts.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the next mission is to really get all of these states. I think we're so easily divided. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw earlier when I said I don't want to call anyone out, and Creek mentioned I'll call the corporations out. And I think that this new model really is going to have to, and don't get me wrong, Creek, because I did love that and it made me laugh. But it's also part of the division, and it's like that's their game. Our game is not to divide. We don't need to divide. We need to acknowledge and educate and change. And I think if we can do that with everyone, which means, you know, they're not the bad guys and we're not the good guys. They're people that are trapped in ignorance, and we are people that have education to undo that ignorance. Why would we not? They're not our enemies, my God. They're just, it's like a child.
Cannabinoid deficient.
What's that?
As Dr. Bob would say, they're just cannabinoid deficient.
Yeah, exactly. They're cannabinoid deficient, and Dr. David Allen gave us a beautiful breakdown on cannabinoid deficiency and Migdaliac, the Migdalia hijacking that he spoke about several months ago, which literally he was talking about how this little switch in the brain that goes up and down between upper brain function and lower brain function, upper being love and empathy and compassion, and lower being fight or flight. You know, fight or flight, like a very detrimental, and a lot of people have that switch just kind of rusted down into the down position, and when they can't access love and empathy, it makes it easy to tell George to go home and die, or it makes it easy to put Rick DeLisi's father in prison for 98 years. That's where it's coming from, and I really like to look at it like that rather than be like, these people are evil and they can't be helped.
Yeah, they're not. And I sat in Children's Hospital with a 4-year-old leukemia patient unconscious, and the doctors told me and her mother and father and grandmother that the option is to give her enough morphine to make her transition
Into death.
Pleasant. And so I said, how, you know, her mother said, she's breathing. We can't kill her. And I said, we cherish life. We're not killing her. So, of course, why wouldn't you consider possibly cannabis oil? And so they said, well, no, absolutely not. She said, she's an immune deficient patient. I said, well, do you know anything about the endocannabinoid system? And she, of course, said no. And so I said, well, it neurological system, therefore likely behooving a patient with an immune compromised scenario. And so how could you sit here and offer death when we have another option? And so they said, well, we just don't know the source. It could have pathogens of, you know, some dangerous bacteria, yada, yada. I said, well, naturally. And, of course, I am of the same mind frame that a patient should deserve clean medicine, and that means it's from clean starting material, and, of course, using a clean process. But cannabis oil is a really great antiseptic, antimicrobial, antifungal, and therefore, you know, it seems a much better choice than offering her mother a funeral. And now the child is alive and well, and they moved back to the East Coast. They're from Puerto Rico, and she may even be the face of Puerto Rican legalization. You know, there's a lot of people that don't have that benefit to be able to come to Colorado and be a cannabis refugee. And so that's another call to action that Guerrilla Healer is working on. High Times donated us a booth at the Cup to run patient support groups and raise money to establish the Cannabis Refugee Center, which will be a liaison, a resource station for medical refugees and for, of course, state residents who need to community, need to learn, need classes, need you know, just a space where people can come and actually get education and not just go to DEB or not just go to you know. And I'm not talking down on medicating whatsoever. I'm literally just speaking about the access to healthcare information. Dispensaries obviously don't incorporate these types of programs, that educate patients, or let me say most dispensaries, because obviously I don't know all, and so there obviously is a niche to fill where people need some sort of cannabinoid therapy, and I'm a student, so I'm going to learn as much as I can, and I'm also the type of person who wants to tell the next person how not to suffer like I did, so I'm going to teach, and I love turning a patient into a leader and help making my job easier so we can move with a force. You know, I'm from Brooklyn. If we are alone, we'll get messed up. So we have to roll with the team, and you're right. This is all about unity, and there are a lot of people that want to divide us, even amongst us. And all I have to say is I love you, and keep coming, because you know, we're getting stronger, and I hope that doesn't threaten you, because we have no desire to compete. We just want to live happy.
Well said.
Very well put.
Very well said.
All right.
Well, I'm going to saturate my endocannabinoid system on that.
I would love to, but
When you-
Ball rip.
Another room we can't.
When you were talking about, you know, the idea of having this sort of like place where people like George, who needed the help and the support, could come in, I pictured the word SMAC, which someone said last week, which is saturate my endocannabinoid system. SMACs. Because that's what it's all about. You know, it's one of the things that I go back to all the time, and I'm not sure if you guys are doing this as well, but one of the things that that I love about Tony's Act Now program is how they saturate the endocannabinoid system through this variety of ways, not just a capsule, not just a cream or a patch or the sublingual drops. I love that.
I was hurting so much from recovering from this procedure that I had been under medicating, but once I got around to it, I really saturated myself the last few days, but that's helped because my ribs were hurting so much. I mean, I'm just ribs and flesh, you know.
Yeah.
But it helped from the inside. It helped get all that through me. So I'm pretty saturated myself. So that's why I'm a little slow this morning, but it's good because I need that. I need that to kind of give me another kick in the bottom to pick myself up and start getting some protein in me, and recuperate from this round of this parathesis. I'm sorry, my words are not forming right, but I'm just hoping I rebound here and pick up some weight. I'm pretty small, pretty flesh and bone now myself too.
Well, I think that you've got the right people in your corner, and you've definitely got the right plant in your corner, and it's just a matter of saturating that endocannabinoid system. It's funny that certain people really still, they just don't believe this. They just don't think that this is a real thing. That's how strong the propaganda is that not only will they not believe it, but they'll openly ask you, hey, would you like us to let this little girl pass nicely? We'll just give her some morphine until she dies. It's like that, to me, that's demonic.
It's criminal. Is absolutely criminal. They should be having to go to court and answering, not me for being caught.
But that's all they give us. At the VA, that's all they do. They just keep throwing pill after pill after pill. They don't talk about what Tony and everybody's talking about is giving you actual nutrition so that your body can actually be strong so that your mind can follow. And that is what is the most criminal thing there, is that they're taught that. All of the doctors are VA pushers. Over 80% of doctors go through the VA system here in the United States. That's frightening. And the reason is because they can get immediate residency at the VA facilities. I was willfully lied to over my Gulf War syndrome for 5 years until a VA doctor came forward and said, I'm sorry, we were told to lie to you guys. We knew you guys were exposed. We were told to tell you it was all in your mind. And Thank you for telling us about your medical cannabis usage. Now get the hell out. I lost all my benefits. I lost every aspect of my own self-healing and treatment, and that's criminal, especially to, you know, combat veteran like myself. Tomorrow's Memorial Day, for Christ's sakes, and
Now,
I've literally
ATN,
physically thrown out of 4 different VA facilities around the United States just for mentioning, my cannabis usage. So, brother, be strong. Don't take any guff. Do whatever you need to do to keep yourself alive. Listen to your heart. Listen to your being. You're not just a bag of bones and skin. You're a beautiful human being. You're a survivor, and you will survive as well and as long as you can. And I'm thankful there's men like them right next to you that are stepping up. Nick, thank you for exposing us as gentlemen. So more people need to know what is going on. Veterans.
Now, ATN, the conversation's changing right now. The conversation with the VA is changing. This week, in a Senate Appropriations Committee hearing, it was passed 18-12 to start allowing, or to at least start the conversation in medical states to allow VA doctors to prescribe cannabis to patients, or at least recommend cannabis to patients. So
Much respect, Nick,
at least they're being open to change.
Much respect, but I mean that's also years of change that we've been working on. But that is just a Senate committee move. That is a token gesture to get it to pass the House and the Senate. When that happens, I think we veterans will feel better at it. But I've been battling the VA for 20 fucking years. I gave up on them about 15 years ago because, you know, that system is just...
Well, one thing I'd like to say about that system, I don't know a ton about that system. I know that I have seen these guys who are sort of nerdy guys who haven't fought in the war, and they wear these outfits, and other people expose, they call it stolen valor. Well, what about these fucking doctors that are allowing veterans to die without helping them? That's fucking stolen valor. And that's how they should...
They're murdering valor. They're killing people willfully.
It's unbelievable. I'd like to welcome...
I just wanted
Chris
to add
Bennett.
a couple...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, just before you... I just wanted to say just a couple quick points in regards to how these people that are in control, whether it be politically or medically, doctors and politicians and basically technocrats of different positions, they've been trained to do so by a system that is in place. It's not like their fault. Just like we're saying they're not evil, inherently bad. I truly believe that there is a system in place to train these individuals to work as arms or artifices of the corporate agenda. And if you look up a group called ALEC, the ALEC, you'll realize that basically corporations have control via political groups that are under the radar. A reporter was in the same hotel as this group when they were having a meeting, the ALEC, and the reporter was kicked out of the hotel even though he was paying to be there because of the meeting. So basically this is in secrecy, but the agenda is control, and that's fascism. And we can all get on board with spreading knowledge of this so we can do something about it and change it. And in regards to the health centers, I really do believe that there's a future where we can be flooding our endocannabinoid systems in a true health center type setting, where there's a farm-to-table cafe, a yoga situation, there's a sauna, there's exercise facility, a meditation center, and you can truly evolve the system to have a healing center that's like a vision of what the future civilization could be if we take the world by the horns and make it what we believe we can and what we believe the potential is.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Creek.
Thanks. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. I agree. Doctors are real people. They have an education system in place to put them where they are, and then they have a Hippocratic oath that that ensures they're going to take care of people, and then they have a license they have to protect, and of course there is a gray area that many of us get buried under. But of course, you know, they go home just the same, and we are all, you know, we're all just people. So that's why I say, even the ones that feel they're against us, I love you. You might take offense to it, but ultimately, what it is the evolution of a train of thought. And if your next logical progression is to think that George, obviously, or people in similar positions, high risk positions, should not have the option, or you should not tolerate their option to the choice, you know, to address their medical necessities, then you know, it's tough to have that conversation. When I went to as a front range caregiver representative invited to the state capitol to speak with the Senator Aguilar on what caregivers need and how not to impose on my ability to help people, you know, I told them the first thing we need to do is create a dialogue between law enforcement, politicians, patients, healthcare professionals, and families and caregivers to begin to speak. And that, you know, what is the endocannabinoid system potentiating other than communication? That communication is the key to success. So if we can build that dialogue, what's the Hashchurch doing? It's a medium, it's a vehicle for information, for messaging. And that's, you know, people say, oh, you're helping people, you're doing this, you're doing that. I'm a messenger. And we're using a plant, we're using the, food, we're using all these original methods that people have been doing for thousands of years that enable us to be here today, because obviously you know, what has been happening in the past couple hundred years, creating farms and grain-based societies, we're all dying miserably. And meanwhile, original cultures are either being run out of their forests, but they were healthy, you know, and they'd like to continue to be healthy, and I'd like to continue that that spirit in our world, because we have a beautiful world. There's a lot of darkness that we can expose the light to, and darkness cannot thrive in the light.
This darkness has to.
Can we all sing? Can we all sing?
A little singing. I would like to.
I'm Jewish, but we're in the church, so we might as well sing a little, right?
I'm going to welcome Chris Bennett into the room, who just came a few minutes ago. Longtime cannabis activist from Vancouver. I've known him 25 freaking years. Author of Sex, Drugs, Violence, and the Bible. Author of Cannabis and the Soma Solution. Real proponent on the sort of historical context of cannabis. And if you've ever heard the old Jesus and the anointing oil, well, that might have been Chris too.
Hey, welcome. Hey, brother, how you doing, man? Good to be on.
Yeah, man, thank you. We've just been listening to some great stories.
Cool.
George has been sharing his story with us from Colorado, a vet that was basically told to go home and get his things in order, and has since hooked up with a wonderful caregiver, Gorilla Farms, and they're helping him out, getting him to that next level. We got Aaron from DNA Genetics in the room, Creek Tompkins, I believe, yeah, he's down in Mendo. Etienne is also down in California. HOratio, you probably know, is one of our BC locals. Then we've got Jeff Church, who's got his CO2 machine there in the background. He's the cannabis reverend, and he's been sharing the good information of rosin and the CO2 oils for the last little bit. We got Nick Bradley, who works down at Harborside. And we're finishing it off big with Tony Verzura, Mr. UCAN himself. And you know me, so there you are. Welcome to the group, Chris.
Hello, everybody.
It's been busy in here today. We haven't, I don't think Rob's going to make it. Wherever he is, it's very late at night, but...
I'm sure the internet reception is bad wherever he is. You know, he seems to be getting off to some far-off places.
Yeah, he said he was going to be in like some jungle town in the north of Thailand at a friend's house, and he was... He's like, I'll try to come in if I can. So, excellent. Well,
yeah. Well, interesting. Your friend was saying he was Jewish there. I hope he's checked out the Cannabis video I put out recently on the Hebrew use of cannabis. You can find it on YouTube there, and goes into the anointing oil and incenses of the Old Testament period. Pretty fascinating stuff.
Spell the name of it, will you?
It's well, in Hebrew it's Kaf Nun He Bet Shen Mim. But if you want to find it on Google or YouTube, just put in Kaneh. And this is
yes. I think I've seen that.
Yeah. This is a word that the Polish etymologist and anthropologist Sula Bennett in the 30s identified as cannabis by tracing the modern term back and then comparing it to ancient Assyrian terms such as kanabu for cannabis. And she showed that it was a key element in the anointing oil and incenses used by Moses and then the later priesthood and kings, and then that led to the whole Christian use as well. Cool. Fascinating stuff. You know, it's a really amazing history. Cannabis, we're probably talking about a plant we've probably been using from current archaeological evidence about 30,000 years, you know, in the forms of tools used in the processing of hemp fibers, you know. Because of that discovery, Dr. Jeffrey Guy of GW Pharmaceuticals and John McPartland have come up with a theory that cannabis may have played a facilitatory role in what's known as humanity's period of the Great Leap Forward, when we started coming up with things like fire and the wheel and kind of kick-started the brain into a higher overdrive of creativity. And this facilitated the step into, you know, becoming human, you know, the reflective beings that we are. And my view is a lot of this stuff about cannabis in the ancient world, particularly in religion, is a key element in that, you know what I mean? And that's why it was used, because it kind of kicks that creative ability into overdrive, and that was almost thought as like a possession by God or something.
That's heavy duty, man. That's taking it back right there. I mean, I love the depth. One of the things, well, we've had Rob come in for sure and give us a little bit of a historical context, but I love more historical context. I love, like, what you just laid down there, Chris, is really about, I mean, it's even more heavy than Dr. David Allen talking about the amygdala hijacking of the brain with the lack of, with the endocannabinoid deficiency. Kickstarting the human spark. How's that for giving cannabis credit?
Yeah, you know, I think it's probably why it works for things like epilepsy. You know, that's like a misfiring of the brain, and it kind of gets things firing in a better way. You know, it's the original healing herb. Cannabis is the first medicine, you know what I mean? And the oldest pharmacopoeias, you know, would have been like probably language that we started to recognize its medicinal qualities and such, you know. And so it's like, you know, facilitated that whole branch of knowledge known as medicine in a huge way.
And you got to wonder, what was the connection? You know, I think I've heard HOratio mention it on a multitude of occasions. Was it the olfactory that brought cannabis to humans? How did we find the proverbial needle in the haystack?
Well, like the oldest evidence we have, of course, you know, and this is just archaeological evidence, so it doesn't mean that stuff wasn't happening before that, has to do with hemp fibers. So it was like processing the plant, you know, and making clothes and things like that. But, you know, it's hard not to see that, you know, as Richard Evans Schultes suggested, that ancient man, when he's searching for food, didn't come across that nutritious hemp seed oil in the hemp seed. You got to think the hemp seed itself is the most digestive source of protein. And in trying to access those seeds, they had to get through the sticky resinous bud. And that sticky resinous bud would have been caught on their hands, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And they've got that on there as well, you know. As far as like burning cannabis, the oldest evidence we have of that, you know, to inhale its fumes, is about 5,500 years. And that's from the Ukraine region. And they found a cave, a polypod bowl in a cave, elaborately designed, that had been used to burn cannabis and other herbs inside this enclosed enclosure of the cave. And this was among a group known as the Proto-Indo-Europeans. And they were the first to domesticate the horse as well. And the domestication of the horse is thought to have occurred through the development of hemp rope that could corral them and hold them, right? You know what I mean? So it played a role in that as well. And because of this mobility, the use of cannabis spread throughout the ancient world from this region, and we know this because of the linguistics of the term cannabis in different languages and how they're connected to this Proto-Indo-European term for cannabis, canna. So yeah, it goes back pretty far, and even like throughout you know, current archaeological evidence. I'm not quoting like pot researchers. This is like anthropological researchers and whatnot. Current archaeological evidence from anthropologists and stuff like that is starting to indicate that what is known as a corded rare culture, which was widespread throughout Europe from about 5,000 BC up to about 3,000 BC, was again the preparation of a cannabis beverage throughout the whole European region. So it was just like so widespread. It was like the sacrament of the ancient world, you know. And we just, you know, last week, National Geographic reported another find of a Scythian tomb where they found these gold cups. And they scraped resins from these gold cups and found the evidence of opium and hashish. So, you know, this is like, you know, obviously pretty important stuff.
They're taking their hot rocks and squeezing them between some opium and some hash and making.
Well, that was how they smoked. What they would do is they
Old
would
school rosin.
Hot rocks in a tent, and then they'd inhale the fumes, but the beverages are something different. They were probably infused in wine or something like that, or maybe prepared like Soma by smashing them with rocks in milk and other things.
Wow.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to that. If you break down the plant, its bioscience, and look at it as a species, and look at hemp, and you look how far back we could date it in the information that you just presented, and you also think about the different varieties and the resiliency of the plant and that type of species. So that tells you that between different types of time periods, Earth has gone through different catastrophic events. Sometimes we've gone to a 96th percentile extinction. This particular species and plant is in such a survival species that it diversified itself and it became very resilient. So it's everywhere, and if it's part of our system and our signaling system that keeps us in homeostasis, it also connects, from what you were saying with Dr. Allen, that connects the empathy. So what that's saying is that this also connects a little deeper than just a signaling system, but it connects to our emotional state. And so, like that patient that just shared his story, when he's dropped off at that hospital, where do you think his emotional state is at? His confidence inside him. And so it's doing something a lot more significant. It's tuning the human body, and it's tuning us to reach our potential of existence, and it's connecting us to our soul, connecting us to who we are. And so knowing those profound facts about this plant and how long it goes, we now are in an era where we have been duped and we're all pissed off. And we have to look back at those things that you just said, where 5,000 years there's a cannabis beverage throughout all of Europe that people were drinking. So that means it's part of their digestive system, like echinacea or green tea or things that existed on the planet because it kept us healthy. It kept the immune system up. So there's vast uses of the plant. And that's where the walls need to come down, and I think with patients that come forward, I think it's an amazing thing, and I really hope to see you know, this Hashchurch really push forward into more and more inspiration of what this man has said today. It's going to inspire other patients just like the other ones that came on here, and I think that's the biggest part of this plant. It's the connection. It's what cannabis does for us. It connects humans to humans. And so that's where the control comes, and that's where these lawmakers are putting their policies in the way of the connection. And I know Jeff, Church, and people in the United States are really fired up right now, and they want to talk about things, and they want to talk about the rights that are being taken away yet again from us. You know, it's like either end prohibition or don't put us into another category of criminals and weak and people that just should be pushed to the side in society. That's going to cause another type of revolution, and eventually we're going to get tired of it.
Well, there's a paradigm shift happening right now around this plant. You know what I mean? Everywhere, people are starting to realize the dirty potheads were right. You know what I mean? You know, Time Magazine this week with their rat smoking a joint and talking about cannabis medicine. National Geographic cover issue of Cannabis. Sanjay Gupta on CNN talking about cannabis. So we're right at this paradigm shift right now. And what you say about cannabis, you know, my view is cannabis is the tree of life, man. We have a pre-cultural, evolutionary co-relationship with this plant. And everywhere this plant went, and we grow it in our human settlements, it grew in our shit and our piss and thrived in it. And it ingested us, and we ingested it. And when you cultivate cannabis, you cultivate yourself, man. And, you know, you take a look at things like the endocannabinoid system in the human body, and gamma-linolenic acid in the seed, which is in human mother's milk, endocannabinoids in human mother's milk, molecules with estrogen-like qualities in it. There's obviously, you know, this plant and us, we have this like bees and flowers, man. You know what I mean? It's like a pre-cultural relationship. And right now in this time, you know, we have this opportunity, if we can harness humanity on our side, to like heal our planet with hemp trees, you know, hemp replacing trees for paper, hemp for fuel, getting rid of soil depleting cotton. We can heal our bodies of glaucoma, epilepsy, cancer, and we can heal our heart and soul. There's not a more connecting thing than lighting up a joint and instantly a circle forms. You pass it around that circle. There's nothing like that we pass from hand to mouth like that anymore. You know what I mean? And this is it, man. This is the connectivity that people were talking about here earlier, that's in the endocannabinoid system, but is also in humanity when we start to partake of this herb. And that's the always way it's been throughout history and throughout the world, whether it be in ancient China where it was used by the Taoists, or in Persia where it was used by the Zoroastrians, or amongst Sufis and dervishes, or in Africa by pygmies who say they've been smoking hemp since the dawn of time, and that God gave them cannabis so they could be healthy and happy. Everywhere this plant has gone, the people of the earth have recognized it for the sacrament that there is, and then those that want to control, they have always had to try to prohibit it, to try and gain control of people.
I think that you are the honorary minister of this church. I'm just saying. I just hope it just sounds so good, dude. Like I've read your books. They're like Rob's books. They're hard to read. You got to really put your time and energy into them. But when you articulated, and someone literally just said this in chat, they said, oh, I hope I can find it fast enough because it was so well put. I could listen to Chris drop knowledge all day. Fuck yeah, Chris. Someone said basically what an ability you have to articulate. Chris has such a gift to articulate the message that Hashchurch is all about. Dave,
yeah, well, thanks very much. It's a very kind compliment.
Well, I think it's just the truth, man. I mean, you've got this incredible vast knowledge that we kind of wish we all had about the history of cannabis. You've really broken free of studying cannabis from the cannabis user's eyes. You're studying it through the archaeologist, through the historian, and I mean, we love that. That's huge.
Well, you know, it's been a great pleasure, you know, like I've been researching cannabis 25 years after I had this really powerful religious experience on it, and I was trying to figure out if I had gone crazy or if there was something to it. And I have to say, after 25 years of research, I've only found validation for that initial religious experience, and it is like a really powerful thing happening with this plant. Like it's such a positive movement too. You know what I mean? You can protest against things, but we're protesting for something, man. We're bringing something to the table. We're not going, you have to stop logging, you have to stop, producing oil, we're killing the planet. We're saying, here's an alternative to logging, here's an alternative to fuel, here's an alternative to chemotherapy, man. And so it's a positive movement that you can put your energy into that affects vast areas of life, whether it be social issues like putting people in prison, you know what I mean, like how the drug wars turned the U.S. into the prison capital of the world, or whether it be economic issues of like the promise of jobs. You were looking at what happened here in Vancouver with 80-plus clubs and stuff like that, and how it's adding to the economy, you know what I mean? Or, the physical issue of my brother I can see on the screen right now, how he's obviously treating his brethren there or his relative with this important medicine, you know what I mean? It's the healing of the nations, there's no doubt about it.
And really what you just said in all of those sentences, Bob Marley called that the movement of Ja people.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, well, for sure, man. Well, you spent a lot of time in India with Shivites. I think that's my favorite cannabis tradition. The whole Shiva situation. Shiva's the oldest continually worshipped god on earth. It goes back to the Stone Age. You know what I mean? And cannabis has always been a Shiva's plant, man. Cannabis and Shiva are synonymous.
They take it very serious, and I can tell you from personally going to the Maha Kumbh Mela in 1998 in Haridwar, which is an extremely holy festival in India. The Narmada River used to be the holiest river I guess the World Bank dammed it up and fucked everything up and moved everyone off of it. And basically the Ganges became the next one. But the Ganges has an amazing history. I'm sure Chris could blow us away with it. I don't know the history as well, but I do know that I went to this festival. I met many, many, many different types of Babas, from Naga Babas, who are literally like, to me, that was like hanging out with cavemen. Those dudes were like, they didn't really speak English. They were buck naked. They all they had was a skull cap that I guess the dude later told us it was like their mentor's head, the top of his head.
Wow.
These guys were serious dudes, man. And I'll never forget leaving them after we puffed a bunch of hash with them and hung out in their little circle, and then we left them, and this Krishna Baba came over to us, and he was like, oh, I hope you didn't eat any of the food, and he started kind of trying to put fear into us, and we started realizing that all of these Babas, all of these belief systems were like different sects, but yet they respected one another enough to not mess with each other. It's like, okay, your belief system's totally different from mine, but somehow I believe that what you believe is what I believe. Do I have that kind of right?
Yeah, for sure. It's like a diverse spectrum of gods, and whatever you're into. If you're like a wrestler, there's a certain sect of the Indian religion and a god that's specifically for you. If you're a transvestite, there's a certain element, but they're all part of this giant family of gods and goddesses. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's all
well, I'll tell you, the one that found us, the random white dudes from North America who had Nepali charas with us, they smelt that shit in the air, and it was the Shivites. The Shivite Babas were cool to hang out with. When I was hanging out with the Nagas or Krishnas or Brahmins or all these other belief systems, I personally didn't really feel, all I can say is this, the Shivites, they're like hanging out with the Rasta elders, if that makes any sense. From hanging out with both of them, I put a connection together that the Indians, the indentured slaves who went to Jamaica, they brought a component of that Rastafarian belief system.
Absolutely.
It didn't all come from Africa.
No, the dreadlocks, the chillums, the term ganja, kali weed, it's all from Indian migrant workers, and it got mixed up with the Bible stuff that they were taught. And somehow they intuitively started to recognize this whole biblical tradition with cannabis, probably from the use of cannabis, and then reading the Bible started kind of tapping into it intuitively, that there was some sort of cannabis element in the whole thing, and the Rastafarian movement was born.
Well, I try to remind people, too, that probably people standing on a beach in Africa getting snatched up by ships is not quite the same as people thinking that they're going to Jamaica for a better life. Indentured slaves paid their own way to get there. They weren't taken. They brought pieces. They brought things there. And so, did I miss something there, George? Did you want to say something, bud?
No, I needed to recline. It puts too much pressure on my lower belly if I sit like that too long.
100%. You do what you need to do, bro. Like I want to see you being in the least pain possible. And I once again really want to thank you for coming and spending time with us today.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you. We might hang in here and listen, but I just kind of got to recline. That's all.
No problem. No problem.
Graham will be here with me. I'm listening though.
Maybe Chris can get into some of his uber cool. I don't know if I'd call them artifacts or they're historical.
Give me a couple minutes, chat with somebody. I'll grab some books together to show you. Just give me a second.
Absolutely, yeah. Chris has an incredible collection. He's one of these guys that is much like Ben Dronkers and the Skunk Man Sam. These guys have been collecting. And I don't believe they collect out of greed or that they collect out of ego or that they collect out of like, oh, I have all of this. I really believe those three individuals collect to preserve cannabis history. And thank God that they do, because really, I mean, there's not many people doing it. Rob Clarke is on that one.
So, hey, I wanted to jump on and talk to you guys for a second about what's going on here in Washington State. We're having some big issues here. We just had the State Bill 5052 passed, and basically what happened is there's a section in there that is banning all concentrates except for non-commercial personal use. So technically, by law, I'm not even going to be able to, after July 24th, make any concentrates for any patients other than myself. And so it really throws a wrench in the works of what we've been doing here, trying to get medicine to patients in Washington State. You know, the collective gardens, they're going away in July of 2016, July 1st, but this is all being passed right now. And so it's removing any defense that I have against prosecution, and it makes it a felony to produce cannabis extracts in Washington State. Now there's one exception, but the only thing, you know, basically I could make bubble hash, and I'm happy to make bubble hash, but I can't give it to anybody because it has to be non-commercial personal use. So butane immediately effective July 24th, 2015, butane is actually going to be under the Liquor and Cannabis Board here in Washington. It's going to be under their control, so they're going to be going around to all of the butane producers and busting them if they haven't stopped. So it's a pretty bad circumstance here. I just wanted to let you all know, you know, sad days.
So we're moving backwards in Seattle, or at least that's the appearance of moving backwards. What can we do? What can people who are watching Hashchurch do? Like really do, not just some like, oh, you know, call your Congress. Like, what can people do? You know, like it's we get into this loop where it seems like there's nothing for us to do, and I know that. Yeah, just when I think of Holland, Amsterdam, and now Seattle with this, although it seems since day one, from the beginning of Washington, it seems that people haven't been overly happy the way it kind of came into being, and they were like, oh no, they ruined. I don't really pretend to understand it completely, but it seemed like as of recently you were able to do quite a bit.
Yeah, well, you know what the problem was is we never got a regulated system here for medical. So the system has always been, if you have an authorization, you can participate in a collective garden, and you're allowed to have collective gardens. There's nothing stopping you from having more than one collective garden. So a lot of people really took that to mean I can grow thousands and thousands of plants, which, you know, that's great. I've got nothing wrong with that. I love cannabis being grown. But because there was no regulation, the legislature looked at that and said, hey, we need to regulate this somehow. And they passed 502, the citizens passed 502, the legalization here. And so it was a really good excuse for the legislature to basically just axe the whole medical system here in Washington and say, you can go get that from the recreational store. So you're going to be able to have butane extracts, bubble hash, everything is. You're going to be able to purchase that from the retail stores, but there's, you know, several layers of tax, and so that's really what it's all about here in Washington State is the tax. And I don't have a good answer of what we can do. You know, there's two initiatives here in Washington. One that's going to allow for home grow, and then another one that's going to do some similar action. And I would love to see them get on the ballot and actually pass.
Is that 1372 and R76?
Yes, exactly. And so, you know, I would really love to see that get on there and pass, but really we need some really strong movement to get that to happen. I mean, every dispensary I go into, I see both of these initiatives out there. You know, I mean, the 1372 is out there, but we really need more people than just the medical patients in Washington State that are going to access points to sign this. Yeah. And so, you know, and even then, we would need the people of Washington State to vote to legalize cannabis again when they've already done it. So it's like it's going to be a hard thing to ask when the majority of people are happy because they can go down to the store and buy a joint recreationally now. And so they think the system is working, although they don't see what is happening in the legislature because, you know, it's just not apparent to people that can have good access to, you know, taxed marijuana.
Right. Crazy. Well, I guess they're saying R76 needs another 150,000 signatures. It's too bad that we're still stuck.
question for that, though, real quick. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Didn't they put something else that was even harder for you to overcome? Didn't they put, like, because this is how they're really crushing it. Don't they have a clause in there, and I thought I read it, that says if you still have a medical red card, you get a discount from those recreational stores. So therefore, now you're even up against a harder battle, because now some of the medical patients are like, okay, well, I could still access medicine and get a discount, right?
Yep, precisely. So they've put in a discount there that you're going to be able to get, but that's not going to be until after the system is put into place, and the earliest that's going to happen is July of next year. And so July of this year is the date when concentrate production is going to be banned. So we're going to have almost a full year before we're going to be able to have concentrates available to medical patients at reduced tax. And in between there's going to be really no access unless somebody is basically breaking the law, or going to a retail shop and buying it for highly inflated prices. Extracts are very, very expensive at retail right now. So, you know, I mean, yeah.
The only thing I would add to that is that, you know, in the 90s we convinced them that there was thousands of commercial uses for hemp, and then we could start growing hemp. And then came the medical aspect, but you had to be terminally ill. You know, if you were dying, okay, then you could have it. And then it sort of became like, oh, if you're just really sick, you can have it. And then it sort of was like, well, if you got headaches, you should be able to have it. And then finally, I think in this upcoming few years, people are going to figure out preventative. Preventative is big. It's bigger than medical, and it's bigger than recreational, because preventative is everyone. That's everyone with an endocannabinoid system. Even your pets, you can prevent. Why would you wait till you have diabetes or heart disease or stroke? That just seems completely insane. And once again, I'm no doctor, but when I hear Dr. David Allen laying down the knowledge, that guy was a thoracic heart surgeon, he knows quite a bit of stuff, and he is 100% convinced that, you know, an endocannabinoid deficiency is basically the opening of the door to heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. Old age diabetes. So I just wanted to add that. I want to pass the floor back over to Chris, and maybe you could share some.
Might George chime in real quick? I think he wanted to say something. If possible.
Of course, absolutely. Please.
Thanks.
I just wanted to say you got battles in Washington, and our battles in Colorado are like, okay, but if I go stand on my porch, the neighbor across the street is offended, they could call the cops on me.
Mm.
Or I can't go to the park and do it there, you know, or a variety of things like that. My brain's a little scrambled, but I'm just trying to say, let's say I'm renting a house, and now it's legal, so I smoke it, but the landlord could still kick me out, or the boss could still fire me, you know, so, and then there's so many little issues out there that the lawmakers want to grab every little thing and say, oh, here we can latch onto this just for another restriction. So you got all these ropes being thrown over this our new freedom, just to hold it down, you know. That's all I was trying to get across.
It's so true. No, I appreciate your perspective. I heard you loud and clear as well when you were saying that if you wanted to go to New Mexico, that you wouldn't be able to with your meds. I mean, that's pretty huge, bro. Especially if you're in a place where maybe it's cold in the winter and you want to go somewhere that's warmer so your bones don't hurt. Well, you can't. That's a fight. That's a battle. So the battle, although it may seem finished in Colorado, as George is saying, it's certainly not finished. As Tony's shaking his head, I'm sure he could say a million things.
No, it's definitely not finished. Kids, they just took the caregiver bill that they asked me to help work on and latched on a good friend Stacy Lynn and her son Jack to basically make the option available that school districts will allow children to utilize or children to enter school that utilize medical marijuana.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Jack actually was suspended, had his cannabis taken away from him. I visited him in the hospital and donated some medicine to him. He nearly died because he couldn't medicate, and his mother's a single mother. The hospital, get this, she went in there multiple days in a row, and they didn't even have on his board that he was deaf. He can't, you know, how can you communicate with somebody? They obviously weren't taking care of him. They were essentially killing him. And so, of course, Stacy pushed for this to go through because her school district said, if we have the option, we'll allow you. There are many patients being left behind. Plus, of course, when you limit the caregiver to, let's say, 99 plants, you're limiting patients to access to medicine. And I feel that we should be able to choose who our caregiver should be. The caregiver should not necessarily be limited on how many patients they can take care of, but then people who are taking advantage of the caregiver status, and the state wants people who are growing a certain amount of medicine to pay business license fees, and then there's people like me who, you know, don't charge George for medicine, and I grow a lot of medicine and don't get reimbursed, and so me buying a business license would likely put me out of charity, and I'm not a business. I don't want to sign a contract ever again in my life. And to be honest with you, I'm a great businessman. I've made many mistakes, and what I've learned is I just want to help people. At this point in my life, I just want to help every one of us be happier, because then I'll be happier. And hey, what is life without happiness? Now, please, I would love to hear more from, I believe your name was Chris, so I don't want to take any more of your time.
Well, all good. You know, I'm definitely not taking my time. I'm happy to listen to it. The first of the artifacts I have, I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but it's a 2nd century AD coin from northern India. And in northern India, from about 300 BC to the 2nd century AD is known as the Scythian period, which these Scythians that originated out of the Russian steppes and spread the cannabis use throughout the ancient world with their high mobility via horses and stuff. They came and dominated in India. And one thing about cannabis cultures, whenever they come into contact with each other, one of the things they do is share cannabis, you know what I mean? I don't care who it is, for anywhere in the world, man. If I was in the African jungle and some pygmy pulled out a big spliff of daca there, I'd be like right in on it as well. But this coin here is pretty interesting because what it has is, I don't know how well you can see that, but it's a Scythian king, and he's dressed up as Shiva. He's got the dreadlocks, he's got the trident in his hand, he's got a serpent around his neck. So right away, these guys, you know, adopted Shiva into their pantheon of gods, the Scythians, you know what I mean? So pretty fascinating stuff. And speaking of Shiva, worshippers and stuff, these are 19th century, here, I'll try and get the light a little better here, 19th century chillums with a postcard of a sadhu smoking a chillum, you know what I mean? This is a traditional brass and wood chillums they would have smoked their holy ganja out of in honor of Shiva, you know? And then, you know, in the 19th century, hashish, this is like a hashish ad from an old newspaper in the 19th century in the United States, you know, hashish candy, and it says, good for cholera, good, just has a list of diseases on here. That it's good for. And I found a number of these old hashish ads. I had one that had plugs from people like General Robert E. Lee and Ulysses Grant saying what a great battlefield medicine hashish was for the soldiers of the Civil War. So a major thing, you know, mostly they were taking it as a candy back there in the United States, you know, these hashish candies. And I've got a great collection of old books on hashish. This one's called Keith, A Life Story in 9 Phases, and it's from 1887, and it's got a whole chapter on hashish in here called The Science of Intoxication, and it tells the 1887, sorry, yeah, is when it was from, and great illustrations in this book here. You know, I'll find some of the hashish ones here for you, and it tells the story of this artist who starts astral traveling. Here they are smoking some hash in the den there, you know. Starts astral traveling under the influence of a hashish, and kind of a psychedelic love story in a way. And hashish and the whole occult scene in the 19th century was so huge, so huge. It was like, you know, all the major occultists of the early, late 19th, early 20th century, people like Helena Blavatsky, Gurdjieff, Aleister Crowley, they were all cannabis users, all of them, and cannabis played a major, major role. And this is one of my favorite books. This is the only English version of this book that I'm aware of, and it's from like 1850, and it's called The Sanctuary of Spiritualism. And it was written in France there, and it's 15 first-hand accounts of people that ate 3 grams of hashish or more. They would stir very powerful, gooey hashish into coffee and drink it. And when you ingest hashish in those types of amounts, it's not like just the pleasant kind of kick back and enjoy. We're talking about a shamanic journey where you see visions and you can be knocked right out and go into a whole other realm, you know what I mean? And this is a really great account of those types of experiences. I'd like to republish it again because it's not in print anymore. It hasn't been in print since 1850. And here's a first edition of The Hashish Eater by Fitzhugh Ludlow, written in 1850 as well in the United States. This was after people started hearing about all this stuff going on in France with hashish. And Ludlow was drinking an extract of hashish that he was getting from one of the drugstores and taking it in large amounts. And this guy here, this is a new book, but it's a book about a guy, Pascal Beverly Randolph. He lived from 1825 to 1875, a mulatto guy, half black. And he was the first big commercial importer of hashish into the United States. And he would prepare cannabis in all sorts of health elixirs and sell them all over the United States. This guy was like a friend of Lincoln's and stuff, right? So he was a big player, and he's the Grand Master of the Rosicrucians, an occult order that's still going today in different variations, and also a sex magician. He's got some really good books on sex and combination of sex and cannabis, kind of like the 19th century tantric American guy here. So he's a really good guy to check out, Pascal Beverly Randolph. This one's called A 19th Century Black American Spiritualists, Rosicrucian, and Sex Magicians. And it's got some really, really great quotes about hashish from Pascal Beverly Randolph and how it relates to occult practices. So fascinating stuff like that. I used to have a lot more artifacts. I put a museum collection together, and then David Malmo Levine bought a lot of that. That was here for a while, and recently that got picked up by Don Warshafter and is going to be set up down the States, I think in Michigan somewhere, an old Park Davis factory. But yeah, some really great stuff in that collection. I wish I had more of it.
I've got a few books that I got from you over the years, Chris, and I love them.
Cool. Yeah. Well, books are, you know, I'm always digging around trying to find, especially if I'm working on a book, then I just end up buying all these rare books just so I can have some good material to quote from and stuff like that. But that one on the 15 people taking 3 grams of hashish, it really deserves to be reprinted because, yeah, it's a good one.
Very cool. Just caught up in the conversation in the chat right now, but I'm more focused here. Crowley's
another cool guy. You know, he wrote a 90-page essay, Psychology of Hashish, and goes right into the occult use of hashish. He was one of the first to recognize its role in ancient religion as well, and the role that you know, how they would use like cannabis in places like Assyria and Babylonia was it would often be burnt as an incense in these enclosed temple chambers, and there'd be guys dressed up in costumes and masks with wings, much like the Native Americans here wear in their ceremonies, and there'd be music playing, probably the use of other entheogens, and they would get the music playing and the drums beating, and then people would kind of get into a trance state, and kind of like a hip-hop artist jumping into a beat to throw some raps down, they would start like singing in tune with the music, and this was all considered to be prophetic material to get written down, but it would throw people into kind of a right brain trance through the combination of cannabis and rhythm and music, and that creative element, that was considered to be like the creative drive of the God possessing the individual priests and whatnot.
I remember in high school or college I had to do a paper because I was trying to do something with music, and I studied like different books, and it was like man music or something, and it was like the very first sounds like you were talking about where they were going in from 8, and I was studying more of the beats, the 8s, 16, and then they were doing a 30-second beat. And I was like, wow, I can't believe that they were actually drumming in 30-second, you know, where they'd have to be so on. And there was different things I remember when I was younger that they talked about their ritual and how they prepared for something like that.
Yeah,
I never quite like got that because I was too young. I'm like, oh, they must have been doing something to get into ritual.
Yeah, well, probably even the beat of a drum has to do with time and seconds, you know what I mean? It's like bump, 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 you know what I mean? It's that primal rhythm, you know?
That's
Definitely.
cool.
Yeah, music and cannabis, they go way back. You know, you take a look at reggae music, rock and roll, jazz music. In Greek, there was like this whole type of music based around Greek smuggling in the 20s, 30s, Remighiata. There's a Colombian strain of music that is dedicated to cannabis, you know, through the cannabis dealers and growers there. And everywhere that cannabis has been around music, it's definitely affected the tone of that music and the rhythm of that music for sure.
I will say that when I use cannabis oil in the morning just to get my system going, I, within 2 minutes, usually end up burping, and then for some reason you'll just notice I'm singing, and it's almost always instant, and it's just amazing, you know.
Yeah, part of that connectivity is definitely the connectivity of sounds and music as well, I would think.
Well, yeah, just forms of expression. I mean, some people medicate and decide to, you know, do whatever their spirit tells them to do. Me, for some reason, I sing, but yeah, the oil kicks us into gear for natural function.
Jason Silva's been giving some good talks on cannabis and creativity, you know, and talking about how it widens our creativity because it widens our realm of association. You know what I mean? And so because there's more association to things, that just opens up all new areas, and areas that maybe under a sober mind we wouldn't associate suddenly become strung together. So yeah, check out some of Jason Silva's talks on cannabis. He's a really fascinating guy, real good speaker as well.
Jason Silva, cool. Actually, there's a Jeremy Silva who does builder soil. He has some cool microbiology knowledge as well. I like learning a little bit about, you know, PFA.
Cool.
I had a quick question for Chris before we move on. Chris, did you ever get any deeper research into the Soma juice recipe and defining whether it was cannabis-based or mushroom or a combination?
Yeah. Well, I've got a book, Cannabis in the Soma Solution, you know, and I really rip apart Watson's theory on the Amanita muscaria. Soma was clearly, in its origins, a cannabis preparation. And we know this because of more recent archaeological evidence that wasn't available during Watson's time. Although Watson, his research was really faulty. You know, you got to remember, like Soma in the Vedas and stuff, it's a bunch of different things. It's a god, it's the moon, it's a drink, it's a plant. And he would mix up stuff when they're talking about Soma as the moon moving through the sky with the Amanita instead of, you know, focusing on the plant. He said there was no botanical description except in the 10th mandala, which was one of the last of the Vedic mandalas written, and he discluded it because he thought it was written too late. They were using a substitute there, but right in the 10th mandala, they refer to cannabis as the green and purple tree, and they describe the process of making it is very similar to smashing it with rocks, much like grinding bong, like they still do in India, right? But we have the Victor Sarianati, a Russian archaeologist. He found this Soma temple in Afghanistan, in the desert there, 4,000 years old. He found 3 of them, actually. 4,000 years old, the oldest one, and the size of a football field, and half of the temple was dedicated to the preparation of the sacred beverage. And scrapings from the resin of the area show that it was a preparation of cannabis and ephedra, and then sometimes, at later times, opium, cannabis, and ephedra. This was found through the residue left in the pots and bowls, as well as impressions of cannabis seeds that had fossilized. And so, you know, these guys, they were deeply connected to the Scythians. And I just mentioned National Geographic last week released this story about these gold bowls and cups that they found that showed evidence of, again, cannabis and opium together in a beverage. And so I'm sure if they tested, they find ephedra as well. And this all ties in with the Chinese discovery, the 2,700-year-old discovery of almost perfectly preserved cannabis from central China amongst the Indo-European culture, the Gushi culture, Tocharian culture that was living in China, Caucasian culture that was living in central China from about 2000 BC to about 400 BC when the Han Chinese, the indigenous Chinese, chased them out of the area. But my view is that the Chinese term, and we know that these Gushi people were in contact with this temple in Afghanistan by archaeological artifacts from both areas that came from each place, you know what I mean? So they're deeply involved with the trade between the two cultures. And my view is that the Chinese term, huma, as it reached over into the Afghanistan region and then into Persia, became heoma, which is the Persian version of the Soma beverage, and that this, when it traveled into India, became Soma. And this all has to do with it. And then there's the whole, Mark was talking about the Kumbh Mela, and the Kumbh Mela is based on this great myth, the churning of the ocean of milk. And in the churning of the ocean of milk, Indra, who was the god of Soma, who later became displaced and kind of Shiva took his place, is insulted by one of the gods, and he calls down a curse, and then everybody starts suffering in the three worlds, and so all the gods gather, and they go to Vishnu, and they tell him what happened, and they go, oh, you insulted Indra, this is what you got to do. You got to get potent herbs, stir them into the ocean of milk, grab the mountain, the Meru, and then use it to grind the herbs into the ocean of milk with this giant serpent as a stir stick, wrapped around the mountain. So they couldn't do it by themselves, so the gods had to get the help of the demons, and they get the demons to join in, and then they churn it up and they produce the Amrita, which is a version of Soma. And they get the cup of Amrita, and they're going to drink it to restore the energies. But then the demons want some of it. They take it away, and they try to fly it away. And some of it spilts on the ground, and the drops where it spilt, these are the locations of the Kumbh Mela. Also, in many traditions, this is the areas that cannabis originated as it dropped from the Amrita. The cannabis sprouted up on Earth, being the earthly counterpart of the Amrita, right? You know what I mean? And the whole myth is really just like this elaborated version of a bhang ritual. They're churning it with a churning stick and crushing it up with the milk and mixing it all together and getting all the trichomes into the milk and straining it and then drinking it, you know what I mean? And so the Kumbh Mela is the largest human gathering in the world. You can see it from outer space, like millions of people go to it. And also the longest running human gathering in the world as well. And the whole thing is based completely about a cannabis ritual, the churning of the ocean of milk. I've got a great interview with Dr. Mike Aldrich, one of my mentors, a California guy, a great cannabis historian you can find on YouTube, and he goes into some detail about this relationship with cannabis and the Kumbh Mela and the churning of the ocean of milk. If you search Aldrich Cannabis on YouTube, you'll find that interview.
Well, I'll tell you, there was no shortage of smoking hash at the Maha Kumbh Mela, and I'll tell you, the Kumbh Mela is a festival that happens every 3 years in one of 4 holy towns, and I believe it's Haridwar, Varanasi, Allahabad, and Jaipur. I think those are the 4. And so every 3 years it moves to a different one. Well, when it cycles through all 4, you get what is called a big Kumbh Mela, and they call it the Maha. Now, every 144 years, you get a Maha Kumbh Mela, and that is like the one I went to was a Maha Kumbh Mela. It was a 12-year, it was the revisited from the 12-year cycle. So, I mean, these guys have cycles that are like thousands of years old. So it's pretty incredible to watch 2 million plus people walk from all over India and Nepal and just go to this spot in the mountains. It's something to see. That's a serious pilgrimage.
Absolutely, man.
Very cool stuff. Hey, was it Rosin that went down to Mexico and tripped balls on mushrooms with Maria Sabina?
Absolutely, yeah. No, Rosin contributed a lot. Like I dispute his research into Soma, but as far as mushrooms and stuff, he's contributed a lot. He went down to Mexico. And, they say discovered the psilocybin mushroom, but it was already discovered by the people that were there and indigenously. Maybe rediscovered it for Western culture, because I don't doubt that we've had our relationships with the psilocybin mushrooms in the past as well. But, yeah, some people felt that, like Maria Sabina later regretted turning Rosin onto it because she said, now the mushroom speaks the language of the foreigner. But in my mind, that just indicates the collectivity of the mushroom consciousness embraced the language of the foreigner, and expanded into that out of Maria Sabina's limited cultural realm.
She was the Bruce Lee of mushrooms.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. He really, pioneered not only
You
mushrooms,
must
but
feel like water.
the study of drugs and religion and the importance of psychoactive substances and the origins of religion. Religion starts with shamanism and the use of psychoactive plants like cannabis and psilocybin mushrooms.
Yes, that's well put. I love how the psychedelic plants have always been a part of it. For me, I found cannabis, and then I started looking for something else, and for me, I really found the mushroom. After cannabis, it was the mushroom, and I found that that was also a very valid relationship. Now, of course, they're finding that people can use psilocybin and psilocin for migraine headaches. I definitely believe that it could be used for, sort of therapy. Not necessarily the 10-gram doses or whatever, like the Terrence was telling us, the old 5 grams in the dark room back in the day.
Yeah,
those are the best doses there are, man. Those
well, they definitely have a good
14-gram doses of mushrooms. I mean, I can tell you my favorite thing about mushrooms is I think I have this ability to smoke more weed on mushrooms. Like, I might not be able to roll a joint, but I can out-smoke everybody because it's like some super thing. Like, don't leave me with the bag of weed on mushrooms.
I don't think I could do psychedelics without weed.
Absolutely. One time I did LSD, and I was giving away everything I had. I didn't want to smoke anything. I was like 16 years old at some 3-day rave, and I was feeling pretty pure. But I was doing a little intervention the other day with a great family, and sitting there talking about how to better the patient's life, and of course be happier and invest in themselves. And it's kind of tough to sit in a room and say, hey, a defining moment in my life was hallucinogens, and that's not necessarily something everybody would feel comfortable recommending, and everybody would be affected differently, so I can't necessarily recommend it for everybody, but for me it really was opened me up to myself and the universe.
I say the same thing, and for those that say they've had bad experiences, I just always point them towards Terrence when they're like, oh, I had a bad trip, the mushroom was toxic, and Terrence would always say, or perhaps you yourself discovered your toxicity while on the mushroom.
Sometimes you have to...
bad experiences are good, like knowledge isn't always bright and pretty.
No, that's for sure. Some of my most intense mushroom trips where I learned the most, I mean, geez, I can definitely say I did not have fun.
I will say there was, I often don't share these experiences because they're kind of sacred to me, but on DMT one time I had some horrors, some terrors that were on the side of my road, I guess you could say, and it was a beautiful experience for me because ultimately I came out of it knowing that, for the most part, we all have this inner crystal, right? And that's our timeless energy. That and then we have this cave that protects us, and of course, a gust of wind, the slightest gust of wind, could ruin the cave of beautiful crystals. But that it still stands the test of time, right? And there will be wind, there will be thunder, there will be horrors that happen outside of our cave that we can still protect our inner crystal, and therefore that those terrifying experiences let me know I'm still capable of being okay and protecting myself against it, and just as well as there's bacteria floating all around us, we're not necessarily susceptible to it. We have a choice to not be, and that is it takes something horrific to learn something beautiful at times.
Hey, have you ever tried making a Soma mixture like in the Bhagavad Gita, Chris, with cannabis?
Well, I've made bong, which would be very similar, you know what I mean, and I'm sure lots of us had that. According to current archaeological view and evidence, Soma would have been a preparation of cannabis in ephedra, and I haven't used ephedra in a preparation, and I think you got to be kind of careful when you're messing with ephedra. It's got ephedrine, and it's a source of methamphetamine as well, right? You know what I mean? And
right.
So that accounts for why the rituals, they're staying up all night and praying, you know what I mean? Because they had all the, not only cannabis in them, but they had the stimulating ephedra as well,
Hey, Chris, a question about bang. When you make it, do you, one of the preparations we used to use, of course, you always use fat yogurt, but always blend it for at least a minimum of 20 minutes so that the chemical reaction from the heating up of the milk transfer. Is 20 minutes enough, would you say, to make bang effectively?
I don't know, I think you probably get a little bit more if you did it more like 45 minutes or an hour. You'd probably get a little more effect. A lot of times in India, like they initially prepare it with water. They just crush it up into like a paste, and then they make these little bong balls. It's like crushed up cannabis into a pulp with water, then it forms into these little balls, and they harden. And then they take one of those balls and they mix that with milk and make kind of like a cannabis milkshake with it.
We would take just literally a scoop of leaf with fat yogurt, fruit, blend it for 20 minutes, and then cool it off, and then put in, you know, a sprinkle of sugar and some ice to cool it down, and just a single cup, and made literally from just a scoop full of leaf, you could literally take a party out completely, and everyone's passed out within the hour.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out the right dosage level. A little while ago, I took just like maybe like a level tablespoon of volcano second, stuff that I'd run through the volcano. I usually just throw it in a jar after I run it through once, you know. Put that in a smoothie, no other preparation, no heating. I guess it's been decarbonized by the heating of the volcano. And it was way too powerful for me. And I'm a regular user of cannabis, you know what I mean? I use herb every day from morning to night.
Was it too psychedelic, or was just the onset just too heavy?
Onset was too heavy, you know what I mean? I generally don't suffer from things like anxiety, but I definitely was going through lots of angst, and my heart was beating pretty good, you know.
Chris, so, my old neighbor used to make oil with volcano finished product, and I have to tell you, it made us trip. And I'm talking, you know, I completely understand where you're coming from.
Oh, wow, I'm going to have to do that with mine. I go through so much volcano sex. Usually I just give big jars of it away to people that make cookies and stuff. I'm not a really big eater of cannabis. Yeah, I'll have to start doing that with mine, making it into oil. That's good to hear. I bet you it is potent. You know, there's still lots of juice left in it. If you smoke the joint of it, you get pretty high for sure.
It's true. So many of us throw away such, you know, material that people would find valuable. Yeah, for sure. But if you don't throw it away, at least give it away to somebody that needs it. You know what I mean? It's tough, though. Obviously, you know, even as a caregiver, we can't store excess medicine. So how the hell am I supposed to?
Yeah, right.
You know. Anyway, thank you, Chris, for sharing your knowledge. It's been a pleasure to sit here and listen to you telling these stories, and even just seeing George close his eyes and listen to you, and I'm sure everybody feels the same. I'm happy that this is being recorded on YouTube so that I can go back and watch and show people the stories that you've been sharing with us.
Thanks a lot. You know, and if you're checking out YouTube, just search my name with cannabis or marijuana. I've got loads of.
What's your last name?
Bennett, Bennett.
Cool.
And I've got lots of great videos, and not just with me. It's like with other scholars and stuff that I've brought out and interviewed, people like Dr. Michael Aldrich, Professor Carl Rock, and Ethan Russo, and all these great cannabis scholars are worked into the videos. You know, I got a really good one on cannabis in ancient Greece. There was a lot of cannabis use going on in ancient Greece as well at temple sites, and archaeological evidence of a hashish apparently from there as well.
I'm really stimulated by your train of thought, because obviously cannabis enables a lot of us to consider the future and what more we can do with the present, and therefore taking an anthropological side, tact will enable the the true information to be spread, because over time, of course, stories get more filtered and usually less further from the truth. And so, you know, anybody who can be a true historian needs to be valued, because you are making sure that we know what is or was, and that's important.
You know, a similar thing happened with hemp, you know, when Jack Herer and other people initially started, like, promoting this hemp stuff out. There was all this forgotten hemp information sitting behind the closed door, you know, and once somebody put that key in there of industrial hemp, into that door, it opened up and we found things like the Popular Mechanics article and the Hemp for Victory film and all this great historical information about the wonder plant hemp. And same thing with this whole idea about cannabis and ancient religion. 25 years ago, when I had my experience, a religious experience about cannabis being the tree of life, there was not really a lot written about it, but once I started looking at it, looking for specific information about the regards of the role of cannabis in religion and ancient religion, the floodgates opened and it just poured out. Every skeleton poured out of that closet, you know what I mean? And, you know, virtually every major world religion, you know, has some sort of relationship with cannabis, you know, whether it be the Hindu connection with Shiva and Bang and the whole churning of the ocean milk, going back to the Soma of the Vedas as well, or in Sikh religion, you know, cannabis plays a major role in the Sikh religion amongst the Nihang Sikhs. It's recognized as Sukadun, their main sacrament, you know what I mean? You can go to where the Nihang Sikhs hang out, and there's huge festivals where they're churning cannabis in these huge pots, and everybody's getting high. Or you could go into China and then Taoist Chinese, or in Buddhism, you know, Buddha subsisted on 1 hemp seed a day for a number of years before announcing his, you know, his great truths, you know. And this is going back to documents that are thousands of years old that this is written in, you know. And in the Persian Zoroastrian religion, the Parsi religion, cannabis again responsible for Zoroaster's own revelations, as well as many of the figures in Zoroastrian. And they would do a really potent extract of cannabis in wine. And it would literally knock people out for a few days, and they would have visions, you know, like, and those were recorded down as religious information, religious visions, you know. And so all over the world, it's really amazing just how it's played a role like that, you know.
You think that old school mead had cannabis in it?
Well, you know, it may have, you know, like the whole corded ware culture was around that time, and, you know, cannabis and hops are very closely related. You can splice cannabis and hops together and grow it, so there may be some sort of connection there. Definitely cannabis-infused beverages in ancient Greece, in ancient China. First anesthetic was a cannabis-infused beverage in China, you know, about 100 AD, and the guy was putting people under enough to do stomach operations and things like that, right? You know what I mean? So cannabis-infused wines, they were hugely popular up until 19th, early 20th century.
Incredible. Good knowledge. Breaking it down for us. I'm going to take a dab on that note.
We're going to have to get out of here in a couple of minutes, guys. Just wanted to put that out there.
Well, thank you guys for coming in, for sure. We appreciated hearing from you, and I'm sure
we're going to stick around a couple minutes longer. I just wanted to, if you see us having to go, I didn't want to interrupt anybody in case other stuff was happening. And I know that George is very thankful for having people to listen to the stories, and I know that Etienne was reinforcing George's ability to you know, of course, send the elevator back down, and you know, I can say that it's likely not tough to find George ever not thinking about other people as well, and we really have a great patient in our corner in this case, because there's a lot of people who don't have the willingness to speak about their situation. In fact, a lot of people can't. I know of a patient who works for the state, and that patient can't talk about how much they're being helped because they'll be fired, and that's a terrible thing. In fact, I know a patient in Vermont who won a scholarship to college. She was supposed to go up on stage and talk about how the hysterectomy took out her cancer and how she's here today, and instead she went up, the women's group coordinator who helped her get the scholarship to go to law school said, hey, do me a favor, don't tell your real story about how you just used cannabis to heal it and you didn't get a hysterectomy. Tell them, you know, just don't say that. And she said, oh, yeah, of course, and then called me and said, hey, of course I'm not going to do that. And then she went up and said the actual story, and you know, just to be a prisoner in your own self when somebody is telling you can't tell your story. I mean, to me, holiness is tolerance, and you know, that's really it.
Truth is liberation.
Truth is liberation. I like that. There's a lot of kinds of truths, you know.
Yeah, well, it can be a matter.
Not everybody likes having a mirror put up to them, and often we're very groggy and grumpy when we wake up. But it takes a little bit of time, and as I keep saying, I keep coming. We love it.
Cool. Yeah, I got to bounce as well. Hopefully see you tomorrow, Mark, for a little electric skateboarding on the boosted boards, man.
Yeah, I want to come do those electric skateboards, film a little episode. We'll look through some of your collection, puff a bunch of bowls, and then carve some uphill cars.
Yeah, you're going to love it, man. You'll be back in the snowboarding realm for sure. Okay,
Take care, Chris. Nice to meet all you guys.
Yeah, you as well, Matt. Cheers. Let somebody else hop in now. Take care, brothers.
Awesome, guys. Thanks all of you guys for coming in, George, and
Much love.
Gorilla Farms, and Chris Bennett.
Boom Shiva.
Boom Shiva. I agree. I'll boom Shiva right now. In fact, great to have those guys come in and share their stories with us. And well, Chris definitely knows his shit. He's got some cool theories. I think it would be great to have him and Rob in here simultaneously, because I know they don't agree on all of each other's theories, so you get a real dialogue going when you have that sort of thing going on. But that's cool.
Hey, Mark, we could get. I think Rob's going to be in Cali here real soon.
Awesome.
We could definitely get him on.
Yeah, I sent him the link. I sent him the link every week, like you know, because you're in that private email as well. But he's in like northern Thailand right now, like not even in a city.
No, that's what I'm saying. When he gets out here, that's probably going to be the best time to get him on.
Absolutely. I still try every time, but we'll get him on when he's in Cali for sure. It'd be good if you guys all got together and did a Hashchurch with a couple of people in one camera.
We'll probably stay up at Todd's, and we'll probably have a group of us all get together and stuff. That'll probably be in July, right?
I'm gonna hit some of this Candy Kush from Van City Extracts.
Enjoy.
Whew, dude, it's hard not to. This shit. It's got some weird terpene profile that's in that orangey family. It's not tangy, it's not calio, it's not jilly, it's not orange velvet. It has something from that though. Like more of that orange than the red or bluish berry smell. Oh, it's delicious. Definitely down for having a big old rip of it. A big old rip. It's rip time on Hashchurch. So
I'm Rick. I swallowed one of these prana pills.
Oh, nice. You're rocking
Yeah.
that prana.
I jacked them from Tony's pocket when I was out there.
Nice.
And I found out they're not what they say they are.
Which I told him they were not what they say they are.
They're like pure ketamine? Is that what he's...
Yeah. No.
Better than that.
No. Those were, so there's different formulations that sometimes I'll make for different reasons and different patient conditions. And that was I believe what he got was an activated 8-to-1 or an activated 8-to-1 CBD. They were probably like 50 milligrams instead of being 10 milligrams of inactive 1-to-1. He got basically 50 milligrams of 8-to-1. That makes sense.
I think they were the 100 milligram ones actually.
Maybe they were. Maybe that's what it was. You get the 100 milligram.
We should welcome Cuban and Todd, who just made it into the room. How's it going, boys?
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, man.
Hey, sorry, everybody, that Arjan's meeting got switched, so he had to get up super early and go fucking drive this morning and wasn't able to do it. But he said he'd do it another day, Franco too. And I heard you, Aaron, and we could definitely get Rob on when we get him in California because we're all going to Chalice together. Were you going to be there too, Aaron?
Where, up north? When?
No, you're going to go to Dougie's Chalice in San Bernardino in July?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be there.
Okay, Very cool. Yeah, then we're all going to be there.
I'll be there with Crockett.
Maybe we can do Hashchurch from Chalice on Sunday morning.
Yeah, I'd be down.
All right, I'll bring the gear.
Todd's my California producer.
I'll bring the gear, Todd.
I knew he was gonna say I'll bring the gear right before he said it.
Of course, there's no gear's better than Todd's gear.
You just have to have someone who's responsible, like, and has all the shit.
Yeah, that's true. Todd has all the shit.
Yeah, until you travel with Mark, and then you realize Mark has all the gear, actually. Mark has suitcase after suitcase after suitcase of fucking gear.
Yeah, you know what? Tony's similar. Between me and Tony, like, when we stay in the same room, it gets pretty ridiculous.
No, Mark had me thinking I didn't rent a big enough fucking car in Barcelona. This is what Mark had me thinking. I don't think it's going to fit. Not with humans in it. Yeah, we filled it. We filled it.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. What's
So,
going on with you, Q?
guys, I would like someone to explain some shit to me because I met the nice people from Cali Labs who were cooler than cool, and they blew my mind to pieces. And if anyone here is able to reconstruct it, I would groove on that. So, okay, this is part one, which is a solvent-based extraction. Okay, this is the start, and at the end, and this smells really, 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 really nice. At the end, they separated into these two powders because I showed you guys this THC isolate the other day, but
it's very crystalline too. You can't really see it, but it's extremely crystalline.
Melts, completely melts. I can throw some on the pipe, and then he's got this tone. Where'd tone go? That smells absolutely delicious, and it's not like steam. I don't know. Well, maybe I shouldn't even. I should just say, no, that's too bright.
You can see the golden color in it, though. I just had this experience with HOratio recently where we smoked what you just showed the first time. It looked pretty much like that.
Isolate.
Maybe a little more white than yellow. And then we were adding terpenes to it because we put it on. Does it melt or does it like? Does it melt?
I'll demonstrate. I'll demonstrate. And here, where's my little scoopy one?
Because what HOratio's did was it melted, but it did not bubble. But when we added the terpenes, then it bubbled.
Here, for the sake of the demonstration, where's the little bar? All right, and then here.
So it is bubbling, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, goes to nothing. I hate wasting that. It's so nice.
HOratio's goes to nothing, too, but it doesn't bubble and melt like terpenes. It really just melts. Like THC.
So, you want me to give you my educated guess on what that is?
That's what we're looking for, yeah.
Okay. So, I have the same vial in my refrigerator that I could show you that has that same separation. And so, my educated guess on that without, give it completely.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to blow their fucking patented information or anything. You know it.
No, but that's basically THCA, and then that's terpenes recovered after the plant material's been run. So if you run your plant and you use hydrocarbon, and then you could also, there's kind of a conversation I was going to talk about today, you could run a distillation unit with a rotor vap and pull off those terpenes, that headspace off of that with butane as your medium holding that in. So it's just basically separation of a terpene separation using butane as a solvent, and then distillation that off, and then what you're left is with THCA and terpene oils. But those oils are derived in a different way, because they're derived from a solvent with a particular polarity, and it's pulling off certain types of terpenes in that process.
Well,
Yeah,
Tony,
but
what
say
about
that
the
about
phenomenon
water.
about the melt? The fact that you could almost say that the high, and it's the same thing Mark said about take a melting point, is the closer it gets to pure THCA, the more stable that melting point will be, and the melt is actually less violent. So looking at Todd's, I'm wondering if there's still terpenes left over. Why, we dabbed one, and it was like a melting of a coal, and then we dabbed it with terpenes, and then it was a violent reaction. So looking at Todd's melt, it looks like it still has some violence in it.
They said that they tested it, came back about 97% THCA, and it came back a small percentage of unknown and small percentage of terpenes. And the terpenes that come back are determined by the strain they run. Yeah. So
I mean, when we used to do THCA and purge the powder, it melted completely down. So yeah. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't need. I think the terpenes also, like, are you? Because I just had my terpenes tested, and are you 100% sure you got all of your water out of your terpenes, Horatio?
In the case of my terpenes, yeah, that's not an issue. I mean, the easiest way to look at it is, does moisture condense on the unoccupied space in the vial? If that develops over time during the curing, you already know your answer. I mean, never mind freezing it to just look for crystallization.
So yeah, if you don't have, so you may not start off with moisture, but if you leave that cap open and you've got hydrophobic or phthalic terpenes, that might be attracting moisture too. So it just really depends. But I found that sometimes there's I thought, okay, there's a certain terpene that makes it kind of bubble more. Like our Gorilla Glue almost sounds like it sizzles. It's like little tiny like poppy sounds. It's really strange. Where
isn't that more like the water in rosin, like that sizzly moisture?
I don't know. You know, you would think that there wouldn't be any moisture left in the rosin.
Well, from flower rosin, there's all those variables.
I'm talking about hash.
In hash rosin, I don't typically hear that sizzle to the same degree, but again, that's if things are perfectly dried. I'd assume you only work with perfectly dried as well as I do.
So I guess we could go into this because this is pretty, and it has to do with you. And I touched on it last time. So I had the actual vial of the Chem 91 TNG terpenes tested, and through a mass spec library of other terpenes that exist. And so I got a pretty good analysis of what was in it. And it was interesting because when we were talking online, you guys were talking about steam distillation, we're talking about cold fractal distillation, and you start looking at how the polarity plays a very significant part in what you're using. So if you have water or limonene or hydrocarbon, that's going to have a different polarity. Those phytocannabinoids, those oils, and everything that's present in the flower and the bud itself, and terpenes themselves, all can be extracted in different methods. So if you just take a big bag of cannabis and wash it in a bucket, like you're doing your washes for your hash, you see all those oils up at the top. And so you could easily take a cup, a really thin cylinder, fill that up, put that into a ice cooler with dry ice and alcohol, let that sit, and eventually you would get a separation of some oils and some water-soluble types of terpenes. But hydrocarbon is pulling, especially in closed loops, and as well as CO2, because it has that semi-polar effects. But what you're doing is you're essentially keeping something in a closed loop. So when you're pulling off aroma or flavor or terpene profiles, you're actually kind of trapping it back in the system. And so you have a certain polarity in a gas that's pulling through, and you're trapping those in. So that's why when people talk about live resin smelling so loud it smells just like the plant, it's because when they're taking that plant fresh, they're almost cold trapping everything in that concentrate. And so now we're talking about, you've got a method of separating terpenes. I've been working on a method that started with steam distillation, but very quickly moved into a different category of being able to capture and utilize pressure and vapor. Didn't say water, but vapor. So utilizing a substance, which could be limonene or it could be water vapor, under pressure that meets certain types of conditions, so that way you can actually pull those different types of terpenes off at different temperatures. And so utilizing water or vapor as a base is definitely a very good medium to start with, but I think you're going to miss the entire profile. And so what you'll end up happening is you'll have base nodes. So if you had a pure profile, a terpene profile of a plant, and you did a CO2 extraction, and you were able to pull off your terpenes that way through the moisture that was left in the plant material there, which a lot of these guys are doing, that gives you one set of tones. If you did steam distillation, well, you're at 221, you're basically doing popcorn terps. It's gonna taste really, really burned at times. Not every strain's gonna work. If you're doing something what you're doing, which is interesting and unique, using the limonene, and the reason why I say that is because the last Hashchurch we touched on it, and I said to you guys that that the temperature of limonene and the pressure in which it's exerted can create other types of terpenes that we haven't documented yet. And so I know that for a fact based on the last few test results that I saw. And so you can look at limonene as a type of solvent that works like hydrocarbon. And so if you're looking at as your solvent as limonene, which is an organic solvent, you could pull between that and the water process, you can pull literally everything you really need out of the plant. Now here's what's really cool and interesting. This will get everybody's brain going. So I tested the terps in the vial. Those terps came out with significant little test results where I was telling you, Bubbleman, where the THC-A or THC would register in an HPLC in a certain space, in a certain parameter. So let's say that range is between 200 and 350. And there's a range where it shows that it'll ping, it'll drop down, and it'll come back around and drop back down again and go out. And that's extremely significant of what THC would look like, or THCA follows these patterns. So what we tested was it started in that range and it dropped off. So there was no absorption of any THCA or THC that was present, and what they thought might have been a register of THC was only 0.00014%. So that means in the extraction process, if that particular solution was pure terpenes, then what was left on the plant could be rerun. Meaning you could pull the terpenes out of the flowers and leave the THC and the cannabinoids present and rerun it. So the terpenes that I tested happened to be 86%. So the other percentage was slight moisture that got inside my vial because I kept opening it and closing it and opening it and closing it. And I honestly dabbed a little bit of terp rosin in at one time, did a few different things with it. I put my little dabber in with that tape at that shop. I didn't have a dropper with me. I had a little dabber. So I could see 16% of that being moisture. But here's what's significant. 36% of that was a terpene that was not was not the dominant terpene starting. It's P styrene, which I've never even know that much about. So if anybody knows about that one, it was 36% P styrene, and 56% was a terpene that was unknown. It was a new terpene that was developed from the process.
Was it a singular or multiple?
That's what I was going to ask. Is it a profile or a single terpene?
It is a profile reading. So I had 100 different terpenes read, and so then what happens is if there's something that's unknown, they match that in a mass spec library, and that library goes into a database where other universities and labs share information. So is a terpene that's unknown. And so this
single terpene, one single spike. It's not like a spike of unknowns would be all the unknowns present.
No, one
spike.
One.
It's interesting.
So there was a 36% P-stymine and 50% of an unknown, and then a few other percentages of linalool and beta-caryophyllene and some other things that we're used to. But I thought it was interesting because I've been experimenting with pressure, very controlled temperatures, and controlled vapor and moisture, and that vapor and moisture changes. that I've been utilizing different types of pH in that as well. And when I posted earlier on our little message board about phytocannabinoids and their resistance to water depending on the pH. So if you're pushing your pH 8.5 to 10, you might have a different reaction in the way that those heads react to the water. So,
Tony, when you ran that, did you run that at one time or multiple times? Or will you replicate that so you can replicate that spike so maybe you can get it peer-reviewed so maybe you can start to figure out if it's that combination of the two particular spiked terpenes together or a new terpene altogether?
Yeah, so I think it just lends to the theories that Russo and Watson talked about, and Kay probably said it best, I think, about how many unknown terpenes that are there. And what Chris was talking about with this plant being, it's been around forever. It's been on Earth forever. It's adapted to everything. It's got all kinds of different species. It's a survival, and so it possesses every type of terpene combination of any fruit and vegetable on Earth, whether they're dormant or present. And I think the capability to modulate and turn on the current terpenes and create new terpenes is probably unlimited. We're not even scratching the surface.
Well, here's something that I'd like to sort of throw at you guys. Are we stuck in the cannabis community, or at least using a certain level of labs that maybe aren't really designed for terpene testing? What if we looked into perfumery labs? What if we looked into labs around the world that have been specifically testing terpenes, have incredible libraries of unknown terpenes and new terpenes? And I think that would be the ideal situation if we could get into the point where we could actually start sending this, not be trapped in a state or a country, be able to use the whole world and all of its labs, particularly labs that specialize in terpenes. I picture Switzerland or something. France.
Yeah. Here's what gets interesting. The reason why I kind of talked about echinacea is because now you start to look at what terpenes are present in what medicinal other herbs, okay, and how they modulate your system. So if you think of echinacea and gold sealed, you should look up what dominant terpenes are in there, because they start to get really crazy when you start to see, okay, I created a 36% terpene that isn't really strong in cannabis, but then you look at and map that and you go, okay, well, that happens to be prevalent in some other types of medicinal herbs or medicine. And so what I'm trying to get at is that forget just modulating the high effect of THC and modulating the information that you would get at a present of CBD. How about remodulating the way our other plant-based medicines react and using cannabis as the train station, if you will? And so now I think there's huge regenerative properties that would come out of that kind of study and data. And you're absolutely right. I can't wait to get to a real lab and set that up and test every single temperature and pressure. And I know that the other guy sitting on this computer, HOratio, is the missing link based on 3 test data that I saw and the transformations that I saw with D-limonene and what other effects it had, because it created that pressure and that temperature from limonene created different terpenes. That's all I can tell you.
We need the terpene chemist. We need to headhunt a terpene chemist. Someone that's been working in the perfume industry or in some maybe for Ricola. Switzerland, they use all those different essential oils in their little, telling you, man, we need a Ricola!
I think you're onto it. Exactly. When we're messing with hemp in the 90s, we looked to the Fashion Institute of Technology to actually help us break down the hemp and understand it in different ways so that we could break it down so we could reconstruct it in different and better ways. So the problem is such as 5 years ago, we tried to reach out to regular food industry people to help other people with regular edibles or medibles who wanted to get them to market and make them better is those laboratories wouldn't accept it with any cannabis in it because they're not patients here in California. They can handle the formula of the actual edible and replicate that, but they can do everything but without the cannabis. So we have to find not only a chemist who's probably in the perfume industry, but also one that is a laboratory that is willing to take that step to actually test Tony and HOratio stuff so they can get those spikes so that maybe they can isolate it or they can find a similar spike from a similar plant or genetic that can help us identify, you know, its profile, or at least hone it down. I wholeheartedly support it.
Okay, Tony, I got
was
like
just curious
two things. Okay. Go ahead, Chris.
This specific processing. I'm from high up in the mountains in Colorado, about 9,000 feet elevation. So I know how the pressure affects the temperature at which molecules evaporate and boil. So I know that under vacuum pressure, you can retain just about all the terpenes, according to the calculations I've done. I was curious if that plays a large role in some of the processes to make the best quality, fullest spectrum terpene extracts.
I think it all plays a part. I mean, down from you know, it starts with your genetics. It starts with what you're feeding your plants, and it all comes down to the resin. And so it's like, are you going to make grape juice from starved, dried out, yellow, small little grapes? Or are you going to make grape juice from Sonoma Valley badass 20-year grown vintage grape that was passed on from your great-great-grandfather? And so that's really what it comes down to. So when people are like, oh, how do you get this super badass resin all the time? It's the starting material. I have an iron, a Bubbleman screen, and some paper. Not even a tool. And that's it. And then you got trichome heavy. And then you got genetics, like DNA. And then you got the grow. So it like all has to come together. And so when it comes to terpenes, like, you know, I've been waiting 10 months to get my hands on Aaron's terpenes. Just like people are like waiting to get their hands and try my terpenes, I've been trying to get Aaron's terpenes because we've been talking about the Tangy for a long time. Finally got the Tangy, got some kosher, 24K. It took us 9 months to 10 months to cultivate those, and now we've got a whole room of fresh rosin material that we could start creating those terpenes. And I can tell you that when I walk into a room, that's the first thing I look for. You know, I look for the plant that's screaming the loudest, that's the oiliest, that just stays on your hands, stays on your shirt, stains you the whole time, because that's going to be worth your time when you're talking about terpenes. So I think that's the most important part. It doesn't, like, everyone's like, oh, I'm going to extract terpenes from this old dry material, or I'm going to extract terpenes from this fresh rosin material I got from outside. You know, if it's not really good starting material and it doesn't have the starting genetics and it doesn't have that profile, then you're just going to like kind of think mediocre, and it's not worth your time, you know?
That's why I'm so excited about the tropical sun-grown sativas that are potentially going to be available in the future when you know, more and more equatorial-friendly countries allow for cannabis growing. You know, I love cannabis that's been grown indoors, but there's really something to be said for that increase of terpene production under a tropical sun. It never made sense to me because I thought, wow, like, you'd think you'd have less terpenes when the sun was that hot, just burning everything up, but clearly that UVB, that intense light, is producing the cannabinoids and the terpenes inside the head. So the more of it, the more you get. I'm sure a ton of them evaporate, because any of you that have ever been in a field in the tropics can attest. It stinks so good. So good. Like, it is a very strong smell when you come up to one of these fields in Jamaica. Even this particular field wasn't what I would call my favorite strains or what I would have wanted to see in that grow, but man, I'll tell you, the smell of that grow as you got close and the way the heat and the humidity sort of held the molecules in place, so when you walked through them, it was like you're kind of cutting through this stink of cannabis. Really wonderful. Fields and fields we'll have in the future, I'm sure. Yeah, there you go, Mr. Cookie. Like lavender.
Come to my greenhouse in
So
2
Tony,
months.
I will.
It'll smell.
Aaron's been working on. Listen, Aaron's been putting a lot of hard work into that, I must say, and I'm proud.
It's not just me, Tony. It's a team, bro. It's a collaborative effort, and you know, I can't do it without the good people, my good partners, and I've been fortunate enough to have been blessed with, you know, being adopted into Crockett's family, and yeah, and our partnership is awesome, and this greenhouse is truly epic. It's only just going to keep getting better and better, and yeah, you know, the terps that are going to come out of there are going to be unreal.
Terps.
so
I
for
mean,
Tony,
these guys got
or Horatio.
strawberry, tangy. I mean, it's like, you know, when you go up to when they're done with their strain, like when Crockett or DNA is done with a strain, I think that's what, you know, separates it, is they're selecting for, you know, somebody that's smoking the flower, somebody that appreciates actual flowers. You know, they're taking in consideration of hash resin as well, because I know that Aaron and Don, they love full mountain hash and concentrates and stuff, but you know, it's all about the flowers for them, and I think that's what is important. Anytime you're a breeder, you got to breed for, you know, potency, but you got to breed for the flavor and the taste and just overall enjoyability.
I just had a quick question for Tony and Horatio that I thought would be good for the chat. When making terpenes, is the leftover water or limonene or whatever is used, is there a flavor and an aroma to it? And a second part to that question would be, can you avoid retaining that flavor and aroma in the water by raising the pH or something, like you were saying, Tony, to make it so the water doesn't retain those?
Yeah, if you raise the pH, it'll be more acceptable to absorbing it. It would be more like, if you raise the pH, it's going to act more like an alcohol. You follow me? So that would pull more into that process. So when you're adding like salt, like the ocean is 7.3 to 8.5, something like that, salt water is. And so, you know, I think it's still, I think there's still a lot of room to play with, different pH on that. But Horatio is doing something totally, you know, completely different. If you watched his video and you watched his champagne stuff, that's stemming from people that are making water hash that drink the water afterwards. Like we drink, like when we run water hash, like, you know, you could, after your run, if you drink the water, you can kind of tell how the grower did. At least that's what I've always done, and I've seen, I know that I've seen Ken and Jibs do it, and it's kind of like the inside thing that we do. You run someone's material, if you drink the water and it's sweet and it tastes good and it doesn't look like it has any weird chemicals or has a weird aftertaste. I know it's risky to taste it because if you had pesticides or something or anything like that, it would be off-putting, but it's kind of like you can decide who you want to work with that way. And so you absolutely can drink it, and I believe Horatio will chime in. He's making champagne from it. Like,
all right, well, what I'm doing is a bit different because from the standpoint of the opaque, milky alcohol that I have, which is separated out of the hydrosol, the hydrosol I've found to be difficult to harness, because even when I tried to make lotion out of it, you smell it and you think there's a ton there, but there's not a ton there. It's almost like an essence that the water's stolen from whatever it comes in contact with. But concentrating that down doesn't work. For the champagne, you've got to actually concentrate out all the alcohol-soluble terpenes that have fallen into the water. And then you just mix a small amount of that with a large volume of normal water to drink. But on a couple of other points, you touched on terpenes that have a long medicinal history and their uses, and what if we paired, how could we mix that or use that in relationship to cannabis? Well, I've got 32 floral recipes that are tried and true and tested, and I've been looking for the actual flowers, because everything you can buy comes within an alcohol base, but to try my terpene extraction method on like the oak blooms, and because it's a lot of blooms from trees and other unique plants that they use medicinally forever, that I wanted to see if the smells matched strains that I knew in cannabis. But back to that subject of altering limonene, obviously in my search to make it a usable solvent, I've seen its alteration in many, many, many ways. So I know I can make cineol, and I can make p-cymene. So I noticed that you mentioned cymene, and I believe, and that is one of the things limonene can turn into. It can turn into a lot of things, and that's why it's one of these unfound territories in green chemistry, is because of the amount of things you can make out of limonene. It's kind of got a soylent green attribute to it. So it can totally make new terpenes, but you could also be experiencing degradations of limonene, because I've also done that along the spectrum of learning how to purify it to something that can actually smell like cannabis.
So here's the thing. There was 0.00 limonene and 36% p-cyanine. So what is that used for? I'm just curious. You know?
Well, when I was first trying to answer the what's the 5%, everybody's asking me, it would always turn out to be p-cymene, and it's so that is going to be, in my view, heat. Mark Scialdone could complete the message of like what temperatures and what pressures could also create it, but to me it's always showing up as a degradation product within limonene. Limonene just is ready to flip into so many things when you expose it. It's just I'm not game for exposing it to chemicals because I don't want that residue. So I'm an expert in green solutions for messing with terpenes. There's been a million ways to clean terpenes and process them and manipulate them in the perfume world, but never for something that you had to then re-inhale. It's always for something you smell, but there's not the same legal rules when it comes to the perfume industry to make what they want. They can pretty much do what they want, where we're kind of looking at it from a medicinal aspect that at the end you should be able to eat whatever we produce. So I kind of play by my more natural rules. So when you said like water, obviously with limonene being extracted with water, I've done everything to water as well as everything to limonene and a mixture of both. So I kind of totally know how to target all the other terpenes in that limonene class, like pinene, pinene, and all the other ones that fall in line, like myrcene. So all the things I can do to limonene to refine it or destroy it can also be done to those other terpenes. So once we get a sense of all of the ways, LHO is different. I never claimed it will give you a BHO experience. I didn't hope that searching for a natural solvent would give me a chemical residue experience. So that's kind of why people seem to have the positive experience they do. Whether those new terpenes are medicinally beneficial only can be solved in anecdote currently for me. I live in a place where there is no testing because there is no legality to our cannabis industry.
So what is it? What are the benefits of that particular terpene? Just curious, because we were smoking it, so I wanted to know. And there was a 50% of some other known, but I'm just curious what happens with that. And that, what's your opinion on that as a modulator? What you know, or what does it do for the human body?
I would say that over the course of refining limonene or failing to refine limonene, it seemed to make a, how would I put it? Was it harsh?
No, that's some of the other people on here have had it, I actually combined it with, I did a terp rosin for the last secret sesh, and it's actually, I did many side-by-sides. I did full melt on its own. I did that full melt into rosin. Then I did that terpene by itself, and then I did terp rosin. And so we tried all of those side by side. We tested all of those side by side, and I can tell you from just rosining full melt, you lose terpenes, but you gain THC. And in that process of pressure and the low temperature, we're converting limonene into other terpenes that act as different types of modulators. Some of those are registering, some of those are not. So imagine if you increase your THC to like 85%, and your terpenes went from like 10 or 12 to 5, imagine you're compressing those 10 into 5. And I even tested the screen and the rosin waste. So that's why I've got like that data, so I know every portion of that and how much is being left in the waste and how much was actually not present. And so it's a true conversion. So under that pressure and that low temperature, whatever limonene was in there reacted with the other terpenes, converted itself, degraded itself into different things, and in my opinion, it tasted a lot sweeter and better. And Etu can talk about that. He was there with the whole room. You know, that's what I shared because everybody, in their opinion, they liked the terps with the rosin. And he even tried it. He even tried it as a chaser too. So I even gave everybody like 0.25 drops or 0.2 of a drop to really taste it to see if they thought it was harsh. So I didn't get a harshness from it.
Well, that's kind of what I wondered, because if it was still just straight, well, first question, when coming from cannabis limonene, is it D-limonene, is it limonene, is it R-limonene, S-limonene? So that alone times the other terpenes that mix. Because yes, I know thymine is one of the things that comes from heat breakdown of limonene, but it's in the presence of other things, because oxidation, because you're doing it in an open vessel where I'm doing it under vacuum without the presence of air, it's going to degrade different with heat.
No air. There's no air. It's all under vacuum too.
No, I mean when you're pressing the rosin portion,
yeah.
the conversion. Basically trying to compare the before experience of the terpenes to the after experience of the converted process. That's kind of why I was like, no, now you're in air where you weren't when you created it, and that's kind of why I wanted to see, was there a harshness difference between the process experience? Like, did it make... It's hard because you didn't necessarily just press your terps and get to try them again, as, you know, kind of trap them in a bag and heat them to see if just that heat conversion makes that cineal, or is it the fact it's the soup? Because once... I mean, it's what Mark Scialdone said. Once it's extracted into a soup, the reaction where they are in spatial distance has changed, so they start reacting to each other differently. The alcohols are present where the non-polar terpenes are all, like the limonene is mixing with the alcohol once you've heated it up. Where do you consider when you grab those terpenes, it's the whole plant? Because when I grab my terpenes, I'm not after all of the terpenes present in the plant.
I've always tried to capture the essence in the whole plant, because my goal is utilizing them. You know, like if I do 5 CBD strains in Prana, I want to get all those terps added back into it. That's where this started. Now, as to smoke it, I've been trying to stay with just the strain, because I feel when you mix match like terpenes with other strains, it gets kind of gray sometimes and weird. But if you keep to the, like if you had a tangy with a tangy terp on top of terps, it balances very, very well, you know. But I do think it has to do, you know, when you're talking about pressure and temperature. So if I was able to figure out ways to change the atmospheric pressure and the amount of moisture and the type of pH on that, I guess that's possible that I'm using that and specifically getting temperatures that's converting things into two distinctive things, because I'm definitely holding certain pressure and temperature, and that's probably why I came up with 2 different things that were 86%.
Absolutely. I mean, because one of them could be fractioning off by pressure, and one could be converting by heat, and it's one of those things, like I'm literally going through all of the different variables I've created. I've created so many smells in trying to get it right down to, you know, what is real limonene versus what are all these other reactions that are happening. in an extraction, and why does the presence of water make such a big difference in bringing over, basically, in researching the purification of terpenes and they're all trying to get them down to one molecule so they can control them. And there's so many relatives like cymene that could have been naturally occurring in the plant, in your case not, but can also be made out of limonene that confuse the situation. So in your case, I'm like, I don't want that. I want the limonene to stay limonene. But in the case of do these processes like making rosin produce a new medicinal line of treatment that has never been considered before. That's when I'm interested. That's why I was like, if all the non-polars that address cannabis are not necessarily man-derived and are, let's say, non-ancient, why don't I try the one that is ancient and the only thing it takes is fire and water? Because it should produce, when we're looking at it being soup, we're all making different soups as soon as we do a solvent extraction. Which soup is the best messenger of the whole picture, or is a messenger in its own line? That's why I went with limonene. I'm like, this has more mystery to it than CO2. It has more mystery to it than fractioning off different gases that come out the earth to make petrochemicals. For chemistry reasons, it's going to change the world. For saving people from exposing themselves to dangerous solvents, it's going to save the world. I'm just getting some mastery of controlling it for use. Now I'm trying to control the input material so that, because other radicals, I'll tell you the honest truth, limonene also is able to detect other problems. It can detect pesticides because they react, and they react and they produce smells. That when the limonene changes, so I'm actually able to read bad processes from that reaction, just like you're reading the bubble hash water for basically an immunosystem rejection. And of course, because I'm also using water in my process, I get a double readout. I get both the water information and the non-polar information from that oil I'm extracting. So put me in a better lab. I'd love to change out from a rotovape to a different equipment that I know, I've experimented with, but I need to put a full research push into, and a lot could be done. And then after that, we start sourcing different terpenes.
Well, the good news is I do have a home for you, and I just got the keys for it, but it's not where you're located.
Well, where is it? Because I have a form to fill out where it says, where would you plan to be moving in the U.S. if your green card was approved after 12 years?
It's in California on tribal land.
Gonna go
I
out
can
on
dig that.
I just got the keys.
So I got to come see this? Because everybody keeps asking me to go to Cali, and I'm like, I don't have a big enough reason.
Well, you got to play by all the rules, and it takes a long time to set that up, and people just think that things don't happen, but they've been happening. There's a lot of activity in the background, so things are finally a go with that, and I'd love to work with you on this kind of stuff, because I think from a research standpoint, especially in with CRD, some things that we could do with UE is start to publish and identify, since they have the right equipment to track all this, Mark, is that it's tedious and it may seem boring to some people out there, but to be able to track all of that data and utilize come up with one unified standard use for extracting terpenes in all their profiles, and then coming up with the standardization of testing, documenting, and publishing them. And then it's going to take the next level of doctors and scientists to say, hey, look at those correlations between those medicinal profiles and the medicine that we use to date. And that's what I think will be the next spark. So I'm looking forward to it, to be honest with you.
It's exciting. I mean, I'm just trying to group 32 strains that smell like the 32 floral recipes that have specific human use that is very profound. So the woody strains, the sandalwood strains, those are the ones that I think getting those extracted and exploring all the different ways, because even just taking that fraction of, you could say, super terps and then putting those with just THC was a different recipe than if I gave you, let's say, the post-extraction weed and said, now do your process on it and see what terpenes you get, and let's put that in a different vial and compare them. Because, like I said, I guess the one secret I'll give up is my weed still smells when I'm done, and it's not destroyed. The weed still smells like your normal weed when I'm done taking the super terps that I want. I was only interested in exploring the lost terpenes, and if it made a whole different strain category if you just use those lost terpenes from drying, which is tradition. So I was literally trying to see if we had 99 strains, would we get a doubling of those if I could pull off those terpenes and put them back with the THC, because our session went very sativa. It seemed to be, no matter which way we tried, very indica-like terpenes. So maybe it's because the indica comes with a CBN kick that the terpenes don't, that makes it an indica.
You're saying that the difference between a mystrine and a pinene or a limonene in a plant is the difference between those two?
Well, basically, the strain has more strains in it. Just like we said, you can harvest an indica early and make it a sativa high, and you can harvest a sativa late and make it an indica high. Well, I can fraction off the grow room terpenes and mix them back with straight THC, and it didn't seem to do any. All highs were uplifting. I mean, unless Bubbleman has something else to say about mixing. We know what MK Ultra does, but it seems without that cannabinoid ratio, it doesn't do the same thing, or at least the terpenes that we know for naming MK Ultra's effects are left in the weed after I've taken the special terps that nobody gets to experience, and those terps are.
I think the fact that it was late at night as well, and we were somewhat like tired, it was 1 in the morning or whatever, was also a unique aspect of being able to feel the powerful modulating effects of the terpenes. Because we're hitting heavy hitters, we're hitting strains that, you know, would be potentially kind of like, oh, I'm going to go relax for a bit, and then modulating it with these terpenes that seem to turn everything into a, we just seemed like we were all like giddy and I loved it.
But yeah, I think what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, like what I was saying earlier is, maybe we're saying the same thing, is there's the bass notes and the high notes. So if we look at this as music, what you're talking about is no matter, your process is capturing certain tone and a certain modulation, and mine's probably capturing that same type of modulation. And so, yeah, so now we got to combine those forces.
Absolutely. Well,
that's kind of why I'm looking at the splitting of them. When we tried one THC amount but different terpenes, it kind of told me, I'm like, okay, that's how low THC, high terpenes can somehow put you to sleep, and it allowed us to debunk myths. And once those myths were debunked, it's like, okay, now I could look at these terpenes on their own, and I could look at putting them back together with the whole profile. That's kind of why when I heard the anecdote, Tony's terpenes are stronger or sometimes harsher, and I'm like, it's because the notes that Tony has are still in my weed for my other processes. If you mix those all together again, they could be reacting, and they are different. That's why I wanted to know. I'm like, these light terpenes, you can practically drink them unharmed, and that was interesting in and of itself.
And it depends, like, you know, it really depends on the strain. So like the strawberry banana one was super, super sweet, you know. It didn't have any kind of harshness like from a jelly or something else like that. And, you know, I'm eager to extract some other strains like that I've been waiting to for a while. Like the Tangy that we have is, it's like a creamy, I don't know, it's a really, really good Tangy, and I think it's going to produce a very smooth citrus, not a harsher one like a Chem or the Jilly one. And then Crockett's strawberry banana one, again, very, very fruity. So I think that's what I'm more excited about, is once we get into a perpetual farm of terps, like actually cultivating for terpenes with specific strains over and over, so we can master the extraction. I think that's
not just the extraction, but the fractioning, right? Once we can extract the profiles, then we want the pure fractions of those profiles, and that's going to only give us a deeper level of knowledge. Even listening to Tony explain the different strains, when you hear him say these different strains, what your brain does is it turns those names into tastes, smells, and effects.
Yep.
And this could be described in a much deeper way than what we are stuck with currently, which is really names of the strains. And maybe like an explanation like fruit or spice. But I want to go into the fruit thing and go, okay, well, we have these 29 that are fruit-flavored terpenes, and this is the spike of these terpenes. That would be such a deeper level of understanding. That we need to make the testing of these has to be within reason, because there's no way you can just spend, you know, an outrageous amount of money to test the amount that we need to test.
Even the other reason why we need to
That's
test.
the reality.
Yeah, and the other reason why we need to test is you haven't seen me release any terpenes to the public. I haven't produced any. I haven't sold any to do that. And I tell you the same thing that I tell everyone else. It's still in experimental mode. I'm not sure if it's 100% safe for you to consume. The people that have gone, and I smoke it all the time, and I think it's fine, but I can't say to you 100% because we have to study that, and we have to study what those effects are. And so to just jump on the bandwagon and run with it without knowing gets a little scary when you're mixing non-derived cannabis terps and putting fruit and different things into it. So I think the safe zone is like, you know, if we're gonna make a tangy extract, we take the tangy terps, the tangy resin from the through and through, and it makes the most proper all-in-one profile to smoke. Other than that, when you start mixing in foreign things, I don't know. Like, I don't know what that could do. I don't know what it's like to smoke peaches.
And we haven't figured out the best way to use terpenes as modulators. It might not necessarily be to inhale into our lungs. We might find that consuming oral cannabinoids in certain profiles and then later on at certain times modulating those effects with terpenes sublingually, that sounds pretty cool to me.
Well, that's also that's exactly what we're doing with our preclinicals, brother. That's what prana sublinguals are. It's the combination of the pure plant profile infused with a blends of pure fats that get absorbed into the body with the different terpene profiles of those different categories. So I'm excited because I know for a fact that if you take them sublingually, that's your best bet for modulation. I just know. I just know from seeing what 2 milligram drops can do for kids and different things. And earlier we were talking about Jack. That little kid was, caught with our original prana drops. That's what got him in trouble in school. And then the transdermal that you saw me make or post was actually for him, trying to create a time-released 2-to-1-to-1 all-natural transdermal that he could just have on his wrist here, clear, so none of the nurses or anybody in school would be able to see it, and he'd be able to get relief. And so, I've always just, 2 years ago, I just accepted that was the wave of the future, and that's what we've been trying to do. Now, what you bring up is a very important point. We know we could eat them, we know we could digest them, and now we need to know if can we smoke them. I know we all know it gets us really, 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 really high when we smoke them. Like, it definitely turns it up 10 notches than it would normally, but we need to know if that's okay.
It does turn it up. I'm pretty sure at one point we were all humming that song. Do, 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 do. Turn up for what? Did that not happen, Horatio? That happened, dude.
All I know was at the end, I brought my wife because I was extremely sleep deprived, and at the end I'm like, let's go kick some garbage cans, and then I hopped in my car and drove all crazy home all super fast, and then stayed up for another 3 hours before Hashchurch.
Oh, well, sometimes that's the way it's got to be. Sometimes that's the way it's got to be.
Well, right now, THCA is working for me like a stiff drink would, so even when you're down, it's a dry bolt of lightning when I need it, when it's paired with previously dabbing something else. So I dab my favorite strain, and then I take like a sip of coffee via backup dab.
You know, I feel lucky in the sense that most dabs that I take are dabs that bring me back to life. If I've been working, editing, you know, on my computer for 4 hours straight, and I haven't really moved much or even had a sip of water or anything, and I'm kind of starting to feel like, oh, this is like, no, I'm not going to be able to do 18 hours of this in a row. I can just take a simple dab and literally be like, rock out 5 more hours. So.
Almost gone.
That looks pretty sick.
I try.
Yeah.
So let's talk about paper for a second, because I took some close-ups of this on the oil slick now.
Right.
I took some close-ups of the parchment paper, which I would suggest you do.
Yes.
And even the white. You have.
Yeah, it looks just like cardboard.
Yeah. So this has like this was the close-up that I posted on Instagram. This actual paper. Mm-hmm. So what are your guys' thoughts on you know, pressing rosin with pressure and heat, knowing that there's certain terpenes that are present in there that convert some of those phenols and different things can act as caustic liquids and things like that. What are your thoughts on pulling dabs and pulling this off of the paper, and what that would have effect on the product, or vaporizing or smoking, or is it so minimal you're not worried about it?
You know who I would really like to bring in to talk about that would be Brian from D-Nail. And I say that because he's the one, they're the ones, him and Stevie and that whole crew over there, are really the ones paying attention to the surfaces that resin are being heated up off of and inhaled. Point in case, your silicon carbide nail that you're hitting off of, Cuban silicon carbide nail that he's hitting off of, my silicon carbide nail that I'm hitting off of. So, you know, these guys have taken focusing on the attention on how resin reacts with heat and etc. I think it would be an amazing thing to put into their sort of arena. I know that they plan on coming out with a rosin press in the near future. I know that they put a lot more attention into focusing on things like that. Things like, oh, okay, this particular parchment might be reacting, the fibers might be releasing, you know, maybe the oil slick pad can't be heated up too hot, or it releases something. I mean, these are the things that you can have your opinion on, but at that point I really would much rather have sort of, you know, and I go back to the science again. I was getting attacked earlier in the room because someone said something like, I said, I'd feel more comfortable if people who were making the butane extracts were like chemists in labs. And then someone said, yeah, because a white lab coat and a chemistry degree make it so you know what you're doing or whatever. And I just kind of said, no, like 10 or 20 years of being a chemist is what, you know, gives you that knowledge of knowing what you're doing. And I just, yeah. Not sure where I was going with that, but I would like to get Brian in here. I'm going to just text him to see if he's available to come chat about that, because that's a good question. And anyone else that wants to go.
D-Nail is just one, you know, they're always doing the R&D, and that's the thing. They're always testing to see what's out there, what they can do, and what they can push. So, yeah, get him in here, man. His shit rocks.
Anyway, I'll send him the link. But yeah, I have a real interest on that. That's pretty important stuff, I think. You know, once we're using the heat at that point, heating it up for, even though it's a small percentage of time, because it is something we consider to be a medicine, because it is something that a lot of us use daily. It's probably best to know, the safety of it.
Well, I mean, I've seen some things that have kind of driven me. I'm not really that's kind of, I guess, why I try to make that terpene mix live and we just kind of smoke it up live, is because when I was experimenting with alcohols, I did use them on those silicone pads, and I did see a transfer of color, and I was like, okay, that's the end of polar solvents and these silicone pads. But then you hear people try to use it with butane, and the different arguments of how quickly it degrades. But when it comes to, I guess me and Tony are in a different spot where we're literally leaving, basically, would you leave limonene on it? If you would leave limonene on it and still smoke it, then the amount of terps we're pressing out onto these pads I'd be comfortable with. I don't know that I'm comfortable. Long term, I guess it's different when it's a small amount of terps, but like if my process allowed me to pour limonene onto parchment, I don't like it. It's too much of a non-polar solvent. So I would be interested in seeing what their tests are like when it comes to how long it takes before things break down on people.
Totally. Tony got caught with his bong in his mouth.
I did get caught with my bong in my mouth. I like where you're going with that, and I think that those guys are the right guys. And I'd be interested to hear what they say. And that's why I always like, for storage, I like to keep it on this stuff because, like, I don't know, it's rated for a higher temperature, and yeah, it's a little more expensive, but I could get a finished product with no bubbles, and it stays stable, and I don't feel like it's pulling off anything like compared to the other parchment or anything like that. But the white parchment seems to be the best overall. Just the Reynolds wrap non-stick parchment paper, you know, that's like the one I think Cuban uses as well. It works really, really, really well. So,
is it the consistency you like about it? What is it that you meant regarding that?
It's not as porous as the organic parchment paper. So this sticks really, really strong. The white parchment paper, they all have a silicone substance of some kind. When it says non-stick, that means we just put silicone on your paper. So people have to understand that. And then this is a through and through product, so that's like a Teflon paper, and it's made to go up to 500 degrees, and it's made to be resistant to non-polars. So that's why, you know, a lot of the guys with butane or shatter sometimes use this stuff, and it's easy to have a snap and pull. And so I think that the static that comes from this and that comes from the white paper is a little different than this as well. And so the white parchment honestly works the best. You can use it, put your hash in it, gently heat it, fold it up, put it in your screen, press it out, fold that back up, and press it back out, and it's cheap, it's fast.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Regarding the screen, people are saying they're using your Bubbleman screen for making the rosin. People are saying that the resin is going into the screen. Are you wetting the screen before you press it so you have the water as a barrier in between the screen itself and the heat?
No, I just have this screen. I've had the same screen, and then what I do when I'm done with it is there's generally not a lot of anything left, so it looks like a little square. It comes out. I throw it away. I spray it with 99% alcohol. I spray it over and over, and then I just clean it and don't do anything with water, and then I actually use the hair iron to steam out any of the alcohol. So any of that 99% that's left, so then I have a perfectly steamed screen. And as soon as it's steamed, then I use it and press it through. I just photographed a bunch of it, and I've never seen a fiber from his screen. I've never seen, like, maybe a tea bag, but this is such a fine silk that I've never seen a hair in it, you know? I don't know.
Bubbleman tea bags, what we need.
Yeah, I already, I've seen the tea bags have hit the market, actually. I was using regular tea bags that were like the highest quality I could find, you know, that were on Amazon or whatever. But there's a dude on Instagram that goes by Foundation Extracts, and he has like a 10-ton press with some heated plates. They're like small rectangles, and he uses these mesh tea bags, and man, the yield that he gets and then the amount of time before all the oil seeps out is incredible. So yeah, I would definitely be a big fan of Fresh Headies Micron tea bags.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go for sure.
Boom, there it is. I just typed it to my manufacturer. Done and done.
Oh, sweet. And
when can I get those feedbacks, bro?
yeah, and if you can have some sort of like a heat seal, that would be cool.
Nice. Heat seal, yeah.
Yeah, so we could stuff it full of dry sift or water hash, heat seal it, so when it goes under those 10 tons of pressure, it doesn't burst.
Right. There you go.
Yeah. I would love to beta test.
All right, I'll get you out a bunch.
Hell yeah. Thank you, bro.
Other weird...
Guys, I'm gonna bounce. I hope you guys have a good holiday weekend.
You too, Aaron. I didn't know it was a holiday, but wow.
Not up there.
Take care, Aaron.
Take it easy, guys. Cuban, I'll see you in LA.
I'm looking forward to it, bro. I'm gonna be there on Wednesday. So I'll hit you up.
Call me up.
I will, definitely.
I'm going camping that week, so I think by Wednesday or Thursday I should be in the back country, sleeping in a tent, and dirt biking up some mountains.
Watch out for them bear.
I'll keep an eye out. I'm actually going to Gun Lake, dude. Molson's Pond.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Right on. Go to the Little Gun and go fishing and look for some gold.
We'll rip around there on our dirt bikes, trust me.
Right on, you guys. Take it easy. Peace.
All right. So, hey, Bubbleman.
Yes.
I just got messaged up. Do you want to reserve that spot next week for Karen and Wolfie, a son and mother, where the son actually 3 years ago had his mother reach out to Cannabis, and she's a cancer survivor with Cannabis.
Oh wow! That's her son was 17 and was wearing the seedless shirt in the interview?
Yeah, they've been inspired from your other patient stories, and
oh my God, we'd love to hear from them, Tony. Come on.
Yeah, so cool. I'll tell them. I'll tell them they're good.
Weren't they like one of your first patient stories, like Jibs, and weren't she in the first 12 or something?
Yep.
Yeah, that's incredible. I remember the video. I can picture them both quite well, actually, which is strange because I've never met them.
Yeah, he was wearing a seedless shirt. Which I thought was cool.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. They would be most welcome. What a powerful story. We'd love to hear that. I love the fact that it's a reverse of that he turned his mom onto this. That it was the youth coming to the mom and sort of being like, "Hey, what about this?" That was one of the things about that story. Aside from the fact that the amazing results.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good introduction to the story.
Well, and the other thing is, like, I never use the word cure with cannabis, and I know a lot of people do and try to, and that's the worst thing you can do. It's like it gives you real hope, and it gives you the real inspiration to live a better life than it would without, in my opinion. And that's the most important thing. It's about someone's lifestyle. If you're told you're going to die in a month, and that's what you're told, and you've tried everything, your back's against the wall. And if you're trying to better your condition and better your life from all kinds of functions, from eating and sleeping, your mood, your spirit, if you're depressed or not, your interaction with other people instead of, giving up. And sometimes even it awakens spirituality. And when the combination comes together and you're alive 2 or 3 years later and you've had a few scares along the way, but you're still alive. You're still that is the fundamental miracle. And it's not a cure. It's a way that we can manage. It can help manage people's lives and give them an extension on their life. So I never use the word cure because cancer is a crazy mutating, horrible type of condition that you just don't know which way it's going to go. And so if you've got someone that had lymphoma, Hodgkin cancer, and they've survived it, and they're on cannabis oil, and what I could tell you from my experience is you have to stay on that. You have to stay putting cannabinoids into your body. You can't just run around and say, I'm cured. Oh. Because it's the same thing with chronic pain. So if I take away cannabis, And I go day 2, day 3, day 4. All of a sudden, I get crippled. And I go, what happened? And all of a sudden, you're like, oh, I thought I was cured. I didn't have any more pain anymore. But then all of a sudden, 4 days later, you're crippled again. That's because it helps you manage those things. So I just, I want to make sure people understand that when they hear a cancer story, it's not run around and tell your family members that cannabis cures cancer,
It's like a diet. It's like if you eat raw, people nowadays, doctors will tell people, at least here in Canada or here in British Columbia, when they develop certain cancers. I know a friend of mine, her father got cancer in his thumb, and the first thing the doctor told this guy was go on a raw food diet. Go on a raw food diet, just eat raw foods, and that will get your pH to the point where that's important. That was acknowledged, and I thought that was pretty huge. Now, of course, the second people get, done of their cancer, if they can, feel that they've beaten their cancer, a lot of people go right back to eating meats and eating things that are going to feed those cancers. So I think that we will eventually one day figure out that phytocannabinoids are an essential food source, much like essential amino acids. Those are an essential food source. Of course, they're going to be good for helping you with almost anything that you're doing in life. They are essential amino acids. That word does not get put in front of many things that we consume.
They're all of them, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So phytocannabinoids probably should have been coined essential phytocannabinoids.
And that was the parallel I posted in our little chat and on our UCAN site, was phytocannabinoids or echinacea. These things, echinacea gold seal, a couple drops of that in some water, and it's pulling you right out of a sickness. It's super immune booster. So, there's a lot of those other plants in the world that also have phytocannabinoids and cannabinoids. This is just one that has the ability to produce the most amount of them in the highest concentration. And so, therefore, it's more effective to utilize this flower. But if the government knew 25 other plants produced it as well, they'd probably freak out and try to put those on the controlled substance. And oh my God, you can get cannabinoids out of this flower. Yeah, it's growing in your mom's place right now.
Well, the unique thing about cannabis is it doesn't only produce phytocannabinoids. It produces cellulose, fiber, and essential amino acids as well.
Right. Yep.
And that's, I think, why we have this relationship. And it was so cool to have Chris in here earlier laying down some of his historical knowledge. He was really laying it down.
Yeah, and I think this is going to tie together well because this particular patient, she started on a very hardcore nutritional program, and the nutritional support is, I would say, 50% or more of her existence and where she's at. And then she's also been on the program saturated and not on the program.
Yes.
And she's going to talk about what that did with her numbers and what's happening. And then it also, so on and off the program, on and off nutrition and what she's going through. This is a woman that had metastatic breast, bone, and liver cancer. I mean, you don't survive this. And she's here and she's still surviving. I think it's going to be a great tie-in and for people that are listening and watching to see how nutrition can play a big part. And you're going to start seeing a lot more posts that I'm doing with Blue River that are geared towards super smoothies and super green smoothies that utilize prana and cannabinoids, because the synergy with the two, again, is a health science that hasn't been explored all the way yet. It's what I promote the most of.
Well, we should mention to the 662 viewers that are watching that if they know someone now, metastatic bone, breast, and
I believe liver.
And liver. Okay, so for people that, even if you know someone that has the breast cancer, this would be a great opportunity for them to come get inspired by someone who faced it head on and is still here to tell the story. And of course, linked completely to cannabis. One of the things I feel I fail a bit at Hashchurch is I never really know what we're going to be doing a week in advance. It would be helpful. I mean, it's great because it's recorded so people can always go back, but I love the idea of getting people in live and getting people to watch while it's happening. So if we can figure out some of the topics a week in advance, it's great to be able to share that with people.
Well, let's see if we could get Karen and Wolfie's a great story, but if we can get D-Nail on, then D-Nail can start talking about the surface, the different surfaces and what those risks may or may not be for us.
Right, exactly. Well, I did invite Stevie in. He said Brian wasn't answering the account. Stevie's his partner, and I've sent him the Hashchurch link. So I thought by now he would have already. Oh, look at that! D-Nail official joined this video. Speak the devil. Not in Hashchurch. Just joking.
What's up, guys?
Is when heating up the rosins with different surfaces, using different papers or screens or oil slick pads, non-bleach parchment versus this versus that. I know you guys haven't been studying that, but you guys definitely seem to have you're definitely involved in paying more attention than most to the surface areas that we inhale our resins off of.
Absolutely. We're always trying to look for the material that's the most inert, that could transfer the heat evenly across the entire surface, so there's no real hot spots or anything like that that's creating a hotter vapor than other areas on the nail. Definitely, yeah, we're always paying attention to stuff like that. That's why we moved to silicon carbide now. We find that the heat distribution and the thermal conductivity of that material is far superior than, say, your quartz or your titanium, which is, you know, the most used nowadays.
For sure. Just pulling out my silicon carbide nail. Gonna get that bad boy on the. Oh, I think I might put it on the straight fab.
I just hit one of those for the first time the other day, actually.
Really? Did you like the straight fab? What kind of surface did you hit it off of?
We were hitting it off. Actually, my friend had a titanium with a sapphire insert.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I got one of those here. Thank you very much.
For sure. I enjoy all the pictures that come off the melts of that surface in particular. It's just very photogenic.
Well, there's so many options, and I do hope that in the near future that you know, companies like yours get into the focusing on just bettering, making things safer. I mean, from my perspective, we want to do this often. We want to do it all the time, and so we have to make sure that it's safe. We can't fall into a silly little piece of ignorance that allows us to poison ourselves or harm ourselves, and it's why I think that it's important to have people focused on different aspects, because there's so many different aspects of reality that it's so hard to be an expert in all of them. You really need to just sort of pick a little piece and focus on that, and it's helpful when the team gets together, you know, the community. I love the unity in the community saying. Someone's telling me my video's out. Oh, maybe because I'm not like this when I'm talking. I never click on myself. Oops. Welcome back, Etienne. You just jumped out there for a second, but you're back, quick and easy. So yeah, it would be cool, I'm sure, because I mentioned that you guys are potentially coming out with a press for rosin.
Yep, that is on the horizon.
So you guys will really have to focus, I suspect, on what to press in the press. You know what I mean? You guys seem to be that kind of company where you're like, you follow the responsibility all the way through.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to come out with a couple different options, because obviously not everybody has access to hash itself, bubble hash, what have you. A lot of people have more access to flour, so you know, there's going to be options as far as plates and width size and things of that nature, and the material of the plates themselves. And
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah. We're looking into the SICK plates for those, because obviously the heat distribution is dope on those plates. But yeah, we're just in the preliminary phases right now. I mean, obviously we started with more of a mechanical approach to hit a broader audience, so to speak, give access to a broader amount of people so they can be at home and, maybe access their medicine in an easier format than, BHO and risk blowing themselves up or whatnot.
I definitely love that about the rosin, even for people that find water hash too much work or can't get enough return from dry sift. I think that rosin is an incredible part of the solventless quiver.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's one of those quivers, like you always say, man. It's good to have in your toolbox, so to speak.
I mean, I want to have them all for sure, but rosin's definitely because people always thought all right, there we go. Sorry, I froze up for a second. I think people thought I was biasly against oil because I thought it competed with bubble bags, but clearly rosin also competes with bubble bags, and I promote it as much as I can. I think it's an amazing thing to give access to people to simply be able to access a dab from a single bud is incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I agree.
When I think of being back in like high school when I first started smoking herb, to just be able to have, if someone could have said like, hey, check this out, grab your sister's hair straightener. Like that shit's going on right now, and I think it's hilarious, and I think it's kind of somewhat great because there was so few standards back then that we were probably inhaling things that were very dangerous and not safe because people didn't have what I would call the standards. They didn't really have the consciousness of like what your company is all about, like trying to find the safest, most efficient, like really having a background in reality is what I like to call it. Having a background in reality rather than just sort of putting up a little front, and then it's just because that's the problem with the world. There's so many things that are a front that you kind of like that. When you're growing up as a kid, it's really quite confusing until you start getting older, and then you start recognizing like, oh yeah, that's a fake laugh he just did, or that you start discerning the difference between reality and front, and I think that's what Hashchurch is all about, promoting reality. We're not just a bunch of angry activists.
I agree.
We have information. Holy shit, Stevie just laughed himself right out of the room. Did you see that? That was probably the best way to leave Hashchurch ever. I'm leaving church like that today, and then I'm going to go back and rewatch it. That's how much Stevie just inspired me. I'm sure he'll come back in, so thanks for coming in nonetheless. If you don't make it back in, I'm sure we will see you. Yes, probably a good thing there, Cuban. Made by people that know what they're doing. The only problem I have with that statement is that a lot of people that don't know what they're doing think they know what they're doing.
You know what? Oh, am I muted?
No, we hear you.
So next weekend, I got invited to a panel here in Seattle that's called the Cannabis Grand Cru, and they put me in the extraction panel with Extracted, which they focus on hydrocarbon extracts, and the guy from the Clear, and I'm the only hash guy there. I think it's gonna be pretty fun, but I really don't even know where to start in those type of discussions. You know what I mean? Like how to approach it.
I think the best way for you to approach it is the fact that you love all extracts.
I do, yeah.
But that you should be there in that panel to represent probably what you love the most, and I don't know if you do love this the most, but I kind of think of you as a dry sift guy.
Oh, I'm a lover of high quality trichome separation and full melt.
Yep.
Because I feel it's more like the highest end smoke that you can smoke when you're picking heads and making a gram out of a certain size to get a certain melt is connoisseur. I love melts. You know me well.
I agree.
But like I said in the chat, I do appreciate hydrocarbon extracts, but the thing is that I pick and choose whose stuff I will dab. You know what I mean? If the person knows what they're putting as a solvent, and they clean it, and they have a nice system, and they're reputable, then yeah, definitely I'll dab it. You know what I mean? And I've had good experiences sticking to people that have established reputation. The big problem is all the can blasting and all the other stuff to make what my friend Garage Grow calls the trash for cash, not taking a high-end approach, blasting crappy trim and stuff to try to make $1. Like, I'm definitely not down with that.
Yeah, that's not an ideal situation for sure.
But it's rampant, man. Now here in the state of Washington, though, if you don't have a license by the Liquor Control Board starting in July of 2015, it's illegal to actually make solvent-based extracts. Particularly with butane is what they have there on the law. So a lot of that cheap butane and all the can blasting and everything is going to go away, which is good. But a lot of those laws now, from what I'm reading, I can only make hash for personal use. So sorry, Washington, I don't think I'm going to make any more drops. So yeah, crazy shit.
Yeah, man, that is crazy. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, huh, Cuban? You know, we've come so far here in Washington State, and now all extracts are taken away from us, and we can't even supply the patients at all. You know, I mean, as far as I'm reading, you know, until they enact Section 28 of State Bill 5052, the Liquor Board basically has to make rules for us to be able to do it ourselves, and until they do that, after July 24th of this year, it's no more concentrates at all.
Yeah, well, you know, another crazy thing I read, bro, is how it says that if you make concentrates with the intent to sell and distribute, it gets treated as a Schedule 1 or 2 or whatever, Class B felony, with a fine of up to $25,000 and no more than 10 years imprisonment. And then it gets even more hardcore if you're over 2 kilos, which is 2,000 grams. If you think about it, that's not really even that much. But then shit hits the fan. So personally, Brett, man, I came from the Prohibition, from Florida. I saw my family get locked up, you know, cousins and everything, spend time. That's why I moved to Washington, to evolve and be able to do what I like to do without getting locked up. Now, am I afraid of getting locked up for weed? No. Am I going to take measures to make sure I can go somewhere where it's tolerated and keep doing my thing without being afraid? Yes. So I don't know if I'm ever going to make another drop in Washington, and I'm more than likely going to.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I love Washington State. It's my home, and I want to live here for sure, you know. I mean, I'm happy to travel other places to do work as well, but I feel like the patients in Washington State really need us. You know, and so whatever I have to do, you know, I mean, I'm going to go over into the recreational side and try and produce a product that's of a reasonable enough price that patients can get it in the stores, in the recreational stores, until we can get it all figured out. You know, it's, I mean, I want to be able to produce medical and recreational, have the two systems be separate, because there's a lot of people that want to push the medicine out there in the proper way, and it's not necessarily the same in a retail recreational establishment. You know, people are just going there to get something to get stoned for the most part. But yeah. I want to make the products available to the people in that market so that they can still get their healing products. And you know, we'll see. I mean, it's a tough market. You know, I mean, concentrates are really expensive on the recreational market right now. You know, so I mean, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, man, and you know what? When I was with you on the way to Canada and back, you know, we had that conversation. I know you got a heavy passion for the Pacific Northwest of Washington, and like you told me, you wanted your kids to be raised here, and you know, you like Washington. I like Washington too, but I wasn't as proactive as you. I was more naive. You got your license, and you're able and set up to make moves. Instead, I invested a lot of money and time into the medical system, only to have to pack up and leave. You know, because to me it's more like a, I don't know, man. Like I spent so much money and they took it all away from me. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of a ethical thing. Like, do I really want to work for the people that fucked it all up for me? Nah. I'd rather just take my losses and move somewhere else.
Yeah, coming soon to all the other medical states will be the Washington processors of medicinal marijuana, because they've got nowhere to process here. You know, the 502 companies that have started up, a lot of them have already shooken out who they're going to bring on for doing extracts, and you know, it's a tough thing if you didn't apply for that license. So, you know, look out for really good concentrates from Washington and all the other med states here soon.
Hell yeah, bro. It's tough. But what's even worse is just how they pulled the rug from under us. When I saw your post yesterday, I was like, damn, I gotta repost that stuff so at least other people are aware of what's going on. And I hope other states pay attention to what laws get passed, man, because they can make shit go south real quick.
Welcome to the world of the experiment. And Colorado and Washington is the experiment. And after a while, you get tired of getting beat up and pushed down, and the rug pulled sideways and from different directions, and it becomes harder and harder to help people. And then you get yelled at because the laws change and it costs more to help people, and then people just start yelling at you. And you're like, man, I'm just trying to help you. Like, that's it.
Yeah, man. No, I feel it. The thing is that like I asked myself, am I still willing to go and do the same hustle that I've been doing for 10 years, set up another grow and keep trying to, like, you know, make some sort of profit? Because when you grow, honestly, guys, if you're watching, growing is not like some baller shit. I don't know one millionaire grower unless they're like some real sick dude. But somebody like me, you don't make millions, bro. You invest a lot of money and you hope you make your money back. And then at that point, you hope you make something after. It takes a long time, and my time ran out, bro. You know, so I'm happy I have my gear and I can set up and my overhead will be lower. But I've been doing this for 10 years. Like, man, that's the cut, bro. Do I still want to keep hustling for potentially the same thing to happen again? That's why I was even considering moving out of the country and just going to another country that has a little bit of more tolerance, like Spain, for example. From what I spoke to Ramon and Rick, it seems like that's a nice place to move to, but that's a big move.
That's some real shit right there.
I got a spot a lot closer to home for you, brother.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And I've told you that a few times.
Yeah, I know for sure, but when we were talking, I thought I had like the 1 year to kill it, and everybody thought they had a year. So I calculated in my head these 5 rounds, and you know, and all of a sudden it's not gonna happen. So, you know what I mean? It's a lot of stress for me, man, because I'm the head of my team and the head of my family. And not only is my family tripping, but my homeboy that I brought from Florida that does his own thing, he's kind of tripping too. None of us really know. I don't think anybody in the state really knows what's going on. I think everybody's tripping.
Sure.
So the one good thing, though, at least, Cuban, if there's anything good out of this, is that you're still going to be able to produce flowers. You're just not going to be able to get your sift out to the people. So you can sift for your head, and you can produce the flowers until July of next year. But after that,
how much flour? Because 2,000 grams of flour, bro, that ain't very much.
Yeah, yeah. So,
yeah. 2 kilos.
Anyways.
Yeah, that is.
I don't know. The way, I don't know, man. I don't really know how to really explain how I feel in words. It just sucks. I can't wait to work with you, Tony and Mark, for real. Like I told you, all I want is to be able to say I could do something without it being taken away from me like it did in Washington, bro. That's why I feel so against 502. I wouldn't work for them or the Liquor Control Board, and I'm not down to be regulated in Washington.
Yeah.
And I'm not down to get locked up either, so I'm just going to ride.
None of those things. I would choose none of those things either.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when there's choices, man.
Exactly. There are choices. There's a big world out there. Jeez, it's a big country. Just your country alone is big, man. America's a big place.
It is, man, and there's a lot of states where, you know, you can establish yourself. I picked Washington, honestly, because I saw something on the news when I was in Florida, and I looked at my wife and I was like, hey, let's move to Washington. I went to Washington, and Washington did good for me. You know, I was able to establish myself here and come up. But if I could do it in Washington, I feel like I could do it anywhere else where the laws are a little more tolerant than what's, you know, being set up here. So for sure.
I love the Pacific Northwest.
I do too. There's no place like it, bro.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Some West Coast action. Well, next time you come up, don't bring sand.
Oh, bro. Hey, you know what I told them it was? I was like, hey guys, this is my medicated ointment or my medicated scrub for my joints, bro. You mix it with some water and stuff, and you put it on your joints because my joints are really bad. He's like, well, listen, it doesn't matter if it's a topical or not. I was like, good. Keep thinking it's a topical and not anything else. But, fuck it.
God.
Yeah, it would have been cool though, man, to build a sandcastle.
We'll build a sandcastle one day, dude. Don't worry. It'll happen.
Oh, look, I think that's Jeff's lab, huh? I think that's a CO2 extractor back there.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they got their little lab behind them. The CO extractor's on the right side, but if Jeff moves a bit, there's the rest of his lab is on the left. I think he had a rotovap and some other things there. There he goes. Working.
Very nice.
Using lab equipment. Look, he's gonna go pretend to move some notches and valves and stuff for us. He's like, yeah, I'm working on my CO2 machine. I'll come over here and we'll work on the rotovap.
Hey, Bubbleman, I gotta check out. I have an afternoon date with my girl and my dogs. So I appreciate you having me on. It was a good Hashchurch today.
Absolutely. Thanks for spreading your knowledge, man. Always a pleasure. Have a wonderful day with your girlfriend and your dog.
Peace, Tony.
Love you, Tony.
Good to see you, Tony.
See you, man.
Later, bro.
Be safe, Tony.
Well, yes, sirree. It's been a good Hashchurch today. Some nice information we shared. I think we learned some things. I like the variety. I like having a variety of different guests in to sort of turn us on to different things.
I'm gonna try to bring Brian in at some time. He's more of an analytical speaker than I am. He'd get down to.
Great.
Yeah. He's just hard to get a hold of on Sundays.
It was definitely a far cry from that one time that you came in with the nitrous tank and hit like 400 balloons. That was a trip.
That was a trip.
Hey, sometimes.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that. Yes, I'll have a hit. My silicon carbide nail is pretty much heated up. I got it going at 620 degrees. What do you have yours going at, Cuban? You still in here?
Yeah. Am I muted? No. Okay. So I've been doing Tony's trick, dude. He sets his PID to like 1,000, so he heats it up to 1,000, cleans off the nail. What I do too is sometimes I torch the silicon carbide to get it clean. And I asked the guy from Dino, and he said that that's okay because I haven't seen any ill, effects from it, no loss of performance or whatever. Once it gets to 1,000, then I switch it off, and I wait for it to get to like 650, 600, and then I take my dab, right, and I carb it, and sometimes I'll just turn it back on and let it heat back up. And it's actually pretty cool, bro. Yeah, I love that nail. Once I learned that trick, oh, I was on.
Yeah, it kind of simulates the torch in reverse that way. I mean, either way, it's simulating a torch. I was definitely trying that after Tony brought that up. I wasn't doing that before.
It's cool because it gives it. I thought an e-nail was just like a coil that stayed on and you took dabs and shit. You know what I mean? And sometimes like the nail would get kind of dirty and I didn't really know how to use it well. But once Tony put that on, it's kind of more like you can completely control the temperature that your dab is at. If you're able to, it's that second switch that you put on there, bro. That's sick. That's really
it's funny too.
With it.
Everybody always asks us, like, "Oh, what's the second switch? My unit won't turn on." Blah blah blah. I'm like, well, the ones for the power and the ones for the coil. You know what I mean? Because I like to watch my temperature go down when I'm turning my unit off, so I know when I can touch it or whatnot. You know what I mean? I just like knowing what temperature it's at, whether it be the ambient temperature. I honestly don't turn my units off. They're always on displaying the temperature of my room or whatever.
Yeah, mine too. Actually, I just looked at my D-nail and it was on rocking at 1,000, so I had to turn it off real quick. But, hey, bro, and that silicon carbide head is really, really, really nice. It makes.
I'm glad that everybody's digging it, man. We were a little skeptical at first, but yeah, I mean, through the testing, man, it just proves itself over and over again.
Oh, bro, it's perfect for the size dabs that I take. Just put
dude, I feel you.
You know what I mean? It makes the I brought out one of my little highly educated nails, and it just dwarfed it. But you know what? The sapphire insert fit really nice on the highly educated. It was like flush with it and everything. I can't wait to see when you bring out a bigger sapphire disc for the SIC.
I literally I hit my team up when I saw you post that in the chat. Because these are lab grown specifically for us. It takes about 2 weeks to manufacture them, or I should say grow them. So they're 2 spec. All their tolerances are under strict guidelines. I'm really feeling them. I like them quite a bit. Cheers.
The proof's in the pudding. It works consistently.
It sure does. I have to agree, man. The sick is sick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that, Todd.
Whoever
said that.
And none of us know about it because we use it, because we know it. I've tried all different iterations of D-nail from when I first got turned on to you guys back in 2012 or something like that. So I mean, it's been interesting to see you constantly pushing the envelope, seeing what's available, and this is a whole new level. So I can't wait to see what you guys are working on in R&D right now. Anything you can share with us?
I don't know. I mean, we've been looking at a full sapphire nail for a while, but that's just, it would be a one-piece design. It would just, I don't know. I don't know if that would work. It would be like a head, like a sick nail. We've looked into that. On the medical side, we've been looking at like a nebulizer technology. So a little safer, a little more accepted as far as on the medical side. But that's, other than that, I really can't divulge too much. Other than, you know, what Bubbleman's already talked about as far as a rosin press, and we're looking forward to that.
When will the rosin press hit the market?
We're about, I would say, 1 to 2 months out. I need to put a little bit more testing into them and get them to the proper people to do testing as well. And they should be on the market pretty soon.
Can't wait. Super stoked on those.
What will they retail around, out of curiosity?
Around the 350 to 450 range, I'm gonna say right now.
Hold on.
It's
Oh,
just up
sorry.
in there.
I didn't know I was not muted. Yeah, yeah, I know. Breeder Steve, I follow that dude on Instagram, right? And he posted a picture of some sort of like a rosin machine that it drips the oil down in one way or whatever. And he said that thing's capable of processing like mad amounts of rosin at a time.
Yeah, it's basically a sleeved piston. It's a heated sleeve with basically a piston that just pushes it out. It's used in the production for like sesame seed oil and things of that nature.
You nailed it. Seed oil. It's a seed oil expressor, but it's also used in the wine industry.
We've looked into that too. We looked into pneumatics and things of that nature. We're the book of science is never closed.
Yes, that is for sure. Very cool. Man, we had 750 people in here at one point today. That was maybe one of the largest live groups. We still have over 600 that are watching. It's been a damn good Hash Church. I got about another big old bowl left in me and another 10 minutes of chatting. I just heated up the... I'm doing the Tony trick, so can you tell me how I do this again? Because you guys start telling the story, and then I go into a chat and start talking with people. So you go up to like 1,000 or 900 or something, right?
Yeah, set it to like 1,000 and let it clean off or whatever. If you don't torch it, it takes a couple minutes to get real nice and clean. But if it's already clean, get it up to like 1,000, turn it off, and let it go down to about 600 to 650, and then take your dab, right? If the temperature, once it's getting to like the end of the dab that the bubbling is stopping or whatever, that it's getting below into the 500s, just turn it back on and carb it, and you're able to finish the dab all low temp.
Man, I'll never forget seeing Horatio pour terpenes, like literally like the way you would water your garden with one of those, like just pouring it onto the, it was onto the SiC, it was onto the silicon carbide nail.
It was off the parchment he was pouring it off of?
Yeah, we had a little spill. What was that, wreck? Train wreck?
Yeah, we had a train wreck spill, and it was heading towards the boundaries, and I kept trying to dance it, and I'm like, you got to take a dab, and I'm like, it's still leaking. We were just trying to put together a little, THCA, and yeah, it was just the thing was just going and going and going.
Yeah, no, that was quite funny. Someone's telling me to fix my circuit.
Waterfalls.
What they mean.
Terp falls.
So how much do those D-nails retail for? I haven't seen, just out of curiosity.
Just a base 1.2 unit, they're fetching 500 retail, and that would come with a nail, a coil, 2-year warranty, lifetime customer service. When you call our number, you get a person that's dedicated to this and what we're doing.
That's
your choice of nail too.
Yeah, you get to choose your nail.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get, well, for that price, you get your choice of 3 different nails. It's a highly educated 16 millimeter nail, our 20 millimeter Chicago deep dish style nail, or a ceramic nail by Hive Ceramics. So basically, you get 3 different options, really.
Will you guys be offering the SiC nail as an option anytime soon? Because I've noticed with on the options, it's not available to select that if you were ordering a 1.2 or with a 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, they're compatible with all of our bases now. So, yeah, I mean, you could put that on as an upgrade if you went to our website and just add that to your item list. Pretty sure they're only $60 for that now retail.
Yeah, you guys have a sale on. It's $20 off the SiC nail right now because of its pre-order.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're getting machined as we speak. They should be in sometime this week, I'm hoping.
I'm getting excited. My nail's getting pretty clean here.
It's almost time.
It's almost time. I'm not sure what I'm going to hit off of it.
We have so many choices, my goodness.
There's a choice here for sure. I have some of HOratio's 7-star, some of his LHO. I have some Van City extracts. I have a bunch of different bubbles from different friends, some dry sips from different friends, some dry sip that I just made the other day. I don't know what to hit here. Jeez Louise.
Dry sift.
Choices.
Some
You
7?
flip a coin, and in midair, you'll know exactly which one you want.
True story. I don't even have to flip the coin. We're going for dry sift dunks of the 7-star. I don't often smoke 7-star, but when I do, I dunk it by the half gram.
That's my type of choice dabs right there too. And SIC bowl is perfect for half-gram dab. Damn, so you take half-gram dabs, it's pretty tough to melt your face off then, huh? I gotta give you the real serious 900-degree patty.
Listen, dude, I didn't really mention it earlier, but when I first met Skunkman Sam, he even told me that he was later. I found out later that he had tried to destroy me. And listen, that man's dry sift is from another planet.
Yeah, I know. I asked Ramon. I was like, hey, how's this sift? And he's like, oh, it's good, man. It's good. You know what I heard that made me actually really hyped up and made me feel good? Ramon says that Skunkman Sam knows who I am in terms of, you know, my dry sifting.
Well, sure, he watches Hashchurch.
Yeah, and that he would love to smoke some of my dry sift.
Of course.
So I got so excited. I'm like, what? I want to smoke his dry sift.
Anyone that has melty dry sift can be happy to know that Skunkman Sam, he wants to smoke it.
Oh, well.
He definitely wants to smoke HOratio's dry sift too. I've never heard him say that, but I know he does.
Yeah, well.
When you make the fire, bro.
I'm going to give him those half-gram slams and see how long I can keep him up.
He'll go for like 7 days straight and smoke you dry.
I'm down. That's what I wanted to do with you too, bro. We can all smoke it down. It'll be fun.
We'll do it. We'll do it in Jamaica. That's maybe when we can all meet up at the next, because really the Cannabis Cup was always one of the best places for everyone to meet up. And unfortunately for the U.S. Cannabis Cup is that a lot of people can't get into the U.S. Whereas Jamaica, or Amsterdam for that matter, they don't really have that rule. You know, like felony charges, no problem. Come on down.
Yeah, well, that's when I next planned our sesh would be, or at least, you know, that's when I expected I was going to see you and be able to show you my hash.
Everyone will be showing everyone their hash in Jamaica for sure. November, absolutely essential to make this Cannabis Cup for those of you that are watching and are thinking about it. It will be historical, much, I suspect, like the way it was back in like 94 when they first opened it up to the public. You know, I didn't go 94. I went the next year, 95, and it was definitely new, and it was cool, and it was a wild vibe. And for everyone to, you know, it took over 15 years of Cannabis Cups, I think, before, or maybe less, maybe it was 10, before starting Legends, before realizing that, man, we could access. Because what everyone always did was they threw a party during the Cannabis Cup, and it was because they wanted to promote their brand, bring in everyone, have that TH Seeds or Hempworks or DNA or whoever the hosts were that were throwing these great parties, Greenhouse Seeds for that matter. For us, we decided to make it not about any of that, but just focus on the unique group of people that you have and get together and smoke tough. And that's what Legends is.
Yeah, that's what I'm most looking forward to. And I told Ramon, because you know, I was calling him the legend of hash, which he is. That's why I was so excited to meet him, because he got first place with Dry Sift, and it was really exciting, you know, to meet him face to face. I'm a big fan of his. And I told him, man, that when I go to Jamaica, I'm gonna bring the same quality jars that I brought to Denver, and I'm gonna try hard to impress. I know everybody is, but that's why I'm so excited. It's gonna be awesome.
You know, when we have our parties, that we don't consider any of our, like Sam or Rob or any of those guys, they don't really think of themselves as the legends. And how you know that is at each one of our parties, we celebrate a legend of hash. And so I think I've read this on Hashchurch before, but today I'm wearing my Legends of Hash shirt 10. This was our 10th year in a row. And so you would have gotten there, and this little card would have been sitting on your table, right?
I got one of those.
Exactly. So this one is from 10. I don't think you'd have this one.
No, I got a 12.
Here, instead of celebrating a person, this particular year we celebrated a place, and it was the Garden of Kafur, and it was basically it says a small little poem, and then it tells that in the 12th century Cairo, the favorite meeting place for hashish connoisseurs was the legendary Gardens of Kafur. Islamic law forbade the drinking of wine, but many Muslims, especially the Sufis, were great proponents of hashish eating, and its legality was hotly debated by Islamic courts. By the 14th century, conservative Muslim leaders won out and came down hard by destroying Kafur's gardens, burning surrounding hash fields, and starving out the farmers. Shops and cafes selling hashish were closed, and the owners were hunted down and killed, but hashish use continued. In 1378, the frustrated Cairo government forced all known hashish users into the main square, where soldiers wrenched out their teeth. A decade later, hashish eating still thrived in Egypt, as it had become too much a part of the Arab way of life to be forsaken. May the Gardens of Kafur serve as an ancient reminder that cannabis prohibition will never succeed. Give me this green plant from the Garden of Kafur. So those are the kind of legends that we celebrate at the Legends of Hash.
Yes.
I'm not sure how really it became a competition, but I love that people are excited about that, and that's it's pretty legitimate. The people that come seem very humble, even by their winning. So I've appreciated that as well.
He told me that he didn't think that he was going to win like that he didn't know his dry sift was so good, and it reminded me a lot of like myself. When I started making dry sift, I didn't know that my dry sift was so good that my friends rather smoke the dry sift than the water hash, you know what I mean? And that's why I got encouraged to enter by other people, and he did too. He lives in an area where, you know, they don't have a lot of high quality hash, but he's making the highest quality hash, and all his friends encouraged him to enter. And he said that when he met you, you gave him the ultimate encouragement, and that's why he ultimately went after he got the invitation. And that's cool, man. Ramon is the shit.
He's a super cool guy, man. He's a really nice dude. He was, I remember, bummed. Can't remember what had happened, but he was kind of bummed and a little bit down. And I remember even kind of, someone told me, I think Tony was one that witnessed it. I might have been the person I think I was reading out the names of who had placed and who had won second, third, and first. And so I remember he was kind of like this. He kind of had his head down between his hands, looking down, not really like vibing in the most positive ways. I was kind of like, oh, is Ramon sad? And then the next minute I announced his name, and he kind of like lifted up his head. And it was really like this moment in time was this incredible modulator for him, that like the vibration and the frequency of all those heavy hash smokers in the room focusing their glaze upon him while he stood up with big smiley faces, like, right on, dude, like, sick. It was just such a good vibe.
Well, the moment to him was just as special. I had to ask. I was like, man, how did that feel? How was it? And yeah, that was one of the greatest moments for him. That's why he's chasing it again and really excited to go to Jamaica. It was nice, man, to talk to him, honestly.
Yeah,
Rick too. Rick is the shit. I know I'm talking about Ramon, but spending time with Rick was really nice.
Absolutely.
He reminded me a lot of back home because he went to school in Miami and went to high school there and everything. So you know he had that Miami swag in him still, even though he's lived in Amsterdam for so long.
Totally. Yeah, it was good to hang out with those guys when they were here. They made a good little tour from, well, I guess they were in Colorado, they were in San Francisco, they were in Seattle, they were in Vancouver. Nice little tour.
Yeah, I know, that's awesome.
Very nice little tour. Well, I think at 1 o'clock here, which it is, I'm going to say thank you guys all once again for coming in and sharing your time with us, sharing your stories, sharing your knowledge, your information. Apparently my video is not working right now, so people in YouTube can't see it and whatnot, but thanks Creek, thanks Cuban, thanks D-Nail, Stevie Hughes, Etienne, Horatio, Jeff, the Cannabis Reverend, Todd McCormick, and all those that were in here earlier from Gorilla Farms and George the Vet, Nick Bradley, Tony Verzura, Aaron from DNA Genetics, John Berfello, D420K. Thank you guys for coming in and making Hashchurch what it is. I'm going to go out laughing.